Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, this is the most roguish of heels, D Rogue Heel, coming to you live on both Twitch.tv and the YouTube. How's everybody going today? A little late stream for me today. It was a long day for me too. Kind of slept in. Almost misworked, just almost. But I got my coffee, got my protein shake post-workout. Got some water. Should really get some more water, but it's okay. Let me finish up all these other drinks first. Just loading up Destiny 2. We're going to be playing some video games. We're going to be watching some videos. I'm going to be trying out this new scene. See how I like it. But let's go ahead and start the show. Oh, wrong scene. There we go. Lightfall, Lightfall. That other scene got completely like screwed up too. Hold on. Sorry, we're just gonna like do some testing out here. Yeah. I mean, it's fine. I just had to like move some stuff around for those other scenes. So I think what we're going to do is let me go ahead and just play some videos. Well, that's because the audio is not up, YouTube. Okay. Let's just go ahead. I was going to do Ron today, but I want to do... There's a certain exotic chess piece that I want to get. Ann Coulter. Ugh. Is Ann Coulter so relevant? God. Destiny 2. Where is today in Destiny? What's the... Here we go. Arc. Shields are arc. Yep. Okay. Let me do some King's Fall too. I'm gonna have to get a couple of exotics too. I think I'm gonna only do that like right, guys, maybe so this Friday or Saturday. So what we're gonna do is do a little bit of this here too. I'll post up some Kyle. I got a couple of vids here. The only bad thing is, yeah, I could probably post it like right here. Just cover up the socials just a little bit. That's fine. Oh, there it is. So this is the post-Trump stream. We were streaming for almost like 10-11 hours, folks. It was intense to say the least. It was intense. Okay, let us go to the EDZ. I believe it's in this excavation right here. It's Barrier and Unstoppable. Shields are arc. So how about we'll do this. I got arc shields. I'm not gonna lie to you, Strand is probably like the best thing for this. So Barrier Unstoppable. So Barrier, and then I need something for Unstoppable Champions. But the shields are arc though. So there is, I actually do have, hold on, let me go to Helm. Make it easier for myself. I gotta get the rest of these pinnacles and powerfuls too. Grind that out. So we're gonna grind these out. So I'm gonna let Kyle talk, and then we're gonna keep going too. Posted up some new TikToks about Brandon Johnson's the new mayor of Chicago. Congratulations to him. That was a big progressive win for all the progressives out there too. Congratulations. He was polling like not even double digits not so long ago too, and then he just came in. Now it was Democrat versus Democrat, don't get me wrong. He did get second place in the runoff too, but the fact that he was able to like pull this off was absolutely amazing too. Paul Vallis underestimated him, and that Ron DeSantis plug did not help him out too. He shot that down, which was smart on his part, saying it wasn't a welcome. But I think Ron DeSantis came in to speak to the Fraternal Order of Police over there. I think they said that they would like basically they would quit if Brandon Johnson won. We'll see what happens. The usual, like, he's anti-cop. He's not anti-cop. He's like, we need to reform the fucking police department, and they got scared. Instead of trying to working with them, like threatening to like fucking quit and leave like thousands of like Chicagoans like without like police, you know, come on. I don't really use this. This is actually pretty good in PvE. I don't know how it is. Short cool time. I think this is probably better with what it has too. And I think it has more shots. Yeah. So I do have, it's not this. What is it? It's this one right here. So, barrier, unstoppable, very tuned. Then I got this too, and then heavy ammo finder, kinetic targeting. Why is okay? Bomber. Yeah, I might have to. No, I honestly do not want to strand weapons. What I do want is that this is one of my ability spam build. That means I don't need this. Then a utility kickstart would probably be better on this, but then I need charged up, so I need one more stack. Then I have 4, so I should always have 1 grenade kickstart. Better target acquisition. Yeah, actually this is actually pretty good for this. So stoppable, feeding frenzy, target lock. Let's see if I can get triple 100s. Yeah. Can I get? No. Oh, yes, I can. I can remove this. Put this here. That's good. But I can't remove the next one up. Okay. Good. Okay, we'll run with this first and see how it goes. Oh no, EDZ. All right, Kyle, go ahead.
Video drops, and remember, you can always support the show on Patreon. Link in the video description box below, and you can always listen to the full shows on Spotify. You know, if you want to listen as a podcast version as opposed to going video for video on YouTube, you can always listen on Spotify. All right, so let's go ahead and dive into it. So, yesterday was Donald Trump Arraignment Day. And we learned a lot of interesting things leading into this day. So, for example, he actually chose to hop on a plane and go to New York for it.
Didn't have to do that.
They gave him the option of doing this on Zoom, and he turned it down. He said no. Which is kind of surprising if you think about it, right? Like, if you're a former president, you're Donald Trump, you're trying to save face, like, you think he would, you know, take whatever the path of least resistance is, whatever is the easiest way to go about it, but he didn't. Now, by the way, that tells you something, doesn't it? That tells you something about what he thinks of the case and how he thinks he can politically benefit as a result of it if he makes a bigger show of it. Now, the other thing is we learned, and this, you know, broke many hearts across the country, is that there was going to be no, like, formal arrest So no handcuffs, of course.
Yes.
And then also
no mugshot.
No mugshot. I didn't know this, but apparently the only reason why they do mugshots is so that you can identify a person. I mean, obviously, the overwhelming majority of the time somebody gets arrested.
Yeah.
They're not famous, and so like, you know, you need to know who it is, so they take the picture. But in the case of Trump, obviously he's like one of the most famous people in the world, so they didn't take the mugshot. So that's a little bit disappointing, if you ask me. You know, all the fun is sort of taken out of the situation. So he leaves from Mar-a-Lago, hops on a plane. Now, by the way, the media has been insufferable every single step of the way. Now, I'm not saying this isn't a huge story. In fact, it is the biggest story, and it's rightfully the biggest story. But guys, we snapped right back into 2016 mode. If anything, it was worse than 2016 mode. CNN had, I think it was up on their website, a tracker of Donald Trump's plane, where it just showed the path. Like, hold on. Like, everybody knows the flight path from New York to Florida, Florida to New York. That's not a question. Like, obviously we know what that's going to look like. CNN had somebody in a speedboat trying to record the landing of Donald Trump's plane. I mean, if we were, remember, back in the day, they would show just like Trump's empty podium as Bernie Sanders was giving a speech. They could have cut to the Bernie Sanders speech. They're like, no, just keep showing Trump's podium. Guys, they help him so much without even realizing it. And of course they're doing it to try to juice their own ratings, but like this stuff ends up helping him so much because he becomes the show. He becomes the main attraction. So all the media hoopla, by the way, it got to a point where nobody was adding anything of substance on these media panels when they would talk about it. It was just like, you know, the Charlie Brown noise. It was like, that's where we were at. So he goes up to court. Now, they didn't allow video cameras inside the court. We do have accounts from media figures who were in the courtroom, though. They have some video of him, you know, getting out of the car and walking in, walking out of the courtroom. He didn't answer any media questions on the way in or on the way out. He looked relatively...
Oh, fuck. I should have backed off. That was my fault.
Stern, sort of
That's all right.
face for Donald Trump. Apparently, there was a moment in the courtroom where they said, you know, look, if you're gonna act up, there's gonna be consequences. You understand that, right? And he let out a sigh and said, yes. Other than that, look, here's my, I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but the way the day unfolded, and I'll get to his speech
I gotta clear all these ads first, because there's so many of these fucking...
was kind of a bore. Because we're so used to looking at the Trump show, and the Trump show, honestly, it at times, it feels like it's as insane as some amazing fiction show, whether it's like The Sopranos or whether it's like Game of Thrones or something. And here we are, and it's like season 9 of the Trump show, and it opens with, oh my god, bro, he's gonna get indicted and arrested, bro. And then now the day unfolds, and it's just like yawn fest. Like, nothing interesting happened. Nothing out of the ordinary happened.
That's not a bad thing, Kyle.
Down for Donald Trump, at least when he was going through the process. His lawyers took some media questions outside of the event, and I don't think they did all that great a job of handling the media. The most interesting thing, I actually pulled it up for you right here. So Right Wing Cope says, Trump has been publicly attacking the judge plus DA, and screenshots just got passed out in court.
Yeah, that was interesting.
One of the things that the judge did is he took quite a bit of time to say, hey, look, man, we know who you are, obviously. We know what you do. But the fact of the matter is there are real-life consequences to the things that you say. And here's an example of something you did that crossed a line. And we can't allow it. We can't tweet articles out that have a picture of you holding a baseball bat next to Alvin Bragg. You can't say the death and destruction type things, because these things, whether or not you intend it, these things can be viewed as the bat signal for your people to get out in the street, get violent. You know, you put a target on the back of the judge, you put a target on the back of the DA, and like basically
shit, there's like a whole bunch of them like down there too.
Get it together, this is unacceptable. Well, then that opens the question, like, is Trump intentional when he does this stuff, right? Like, is he like, yeah, I'm kind of threatening you, and that's the point? Is that it? Or is it like he's just classic Trump, totally unhinged, shooting from the hip, and, you know, it just...
I didn't realize I was...
People end up
dude, Strand makes, like, Lost Sectors a joke, dude.
Now, I don't know what recourse they have if he keeps going down this path. I know that they can do what's called a gag order, which is like, now you're not allowed to talk about the case. I mean, that might be invoked, especially after the speech last night. I don't know. But I don't know, this potentially, if he's found guilty, this stuff might factor in when it comes to sentencing. So for him not to go through the process and try to be more reasonable, that might come back to bite him in the ass. Now, again, we don't know. There's no way of knowing at this early point. But it was certainly interesting to watch it unfold. Now, the other thing is, so he comes out at night, he gives his speech. And,
okay. I gotta dip out. Dip out, 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 dip out.
Maybe he didn't take his Adderall that day. Maybe he didn't drink his coffee that day. But he just gave like a standard rally speech. It was, you know, he ran through his regular list of grievances. You know, witch hunt, political prosecution. He was doing his whole, like, you know, war in Ukraine, bad, I'd end it in one day, no World War III under Trump. We had tremendous success. We had the biggest tax cuts in history. We had the biggest regulation cuts in history. We passed right to try, folks, right to try. So you can try drugs that have not been approved. Like, he was bragging about stuff like that in the speech. And he even goes off, this was particularly funny in my opinion, he started going off on his other legal problems. So he lost.
Oh wow! Literally was looking for that first try.
Let me tell you something, folks. Joe Biden had many classified documents. Massive
shit! I didn't have
amounts of classified documents. It's really
right,
something bad, folks. Thousands.
Let's run it again this time.
He's the one who really obstructed. I never obstructed.
Fuck! I didn't have. I should have checked to see. That was my fault. Well, so, that was what? Just overall, under 6 minutes.
Low energy. The only part of it that I found interesting and noteworthy is that immediately after being told, hey dog, you gotta reel it in or there'll be consequences, he says this in the speech.
Indictment together, came out today, everybody said this is not really an indictment, there's nothing here. My lawyers came to me and they said there's nothing here, they're not even saying what you did. The criminal is the district attorney because he illegally leaked massive amounts of grand jury information, for which he should be prosecuted, or at a minimum, he should resign. And Alvin Bragg's wife confirmed a report that claimed her husband has Trump nailed on felonies. She has since locked down her Twitter.
So, in other words, Trump went after the prosecutor and says, I'm not the criminal, you're the criminal, you should be prosecuted. You're the massively illegal grand jury information leak, unacceptable. So he said he should be prosecuted. And then the other thing is he calls out the wife here, because apparently the wife is very anti-Trump, politically active. They found right-wing people dug up her old tweets as if it's some sort of, aha, gotcha. And Trump Jr., and there may have been even more figures in Trump world than just Trump Jr., but I know Trump Jr. for sure. They, like, posted a picture of the DA's daughter. And, you know, they made a big deal about the fact that apparently she's politically active and she's a Democrat or whatever, and they were like, seems relevant, and they're putting up pictures of this. She's got nothing to do with this in any way, shape, or form. And they have to know that by putting that up, yeah, you're sort of putting a target on her when you do that. And so, again, this speaks to the main thing. Look, the main thrust here is this. Donald Trump may be in a position where he's Alex Jonesing his case. You know what that means? So the way the Alex Jones case unfolded was fascinating because they weren't actually able to get Alex on the merits. He was found what's called guilty by default, which means that during the, you know, the Sandy Hook trial, he defamed the parents and all that stuff. He didn't cooperate with the court and give them the documents that he was legally obligated to give them. And so it was a very rare conclusion where they said, look, you're guilty by default. We can't get out of you what we need out of you. So it's not even necessarily on the merits that, like, oh, you definitely defamed them or whatever. It's that in discovery, you're not cooperating. And beyond that, when you're in court, you're a menace, and you're shooting yourself in your own dick, basically. I remember watching that case, and Alex would say something, and they would immediately play video of him saying the opposite on his show within the past week. They showed video of him calling the judge like, you know, a demon who's part of the Soros deep state plot. And he got himself in the most trouble simply by not being able to reel it in a little bit. Now, this could happen with Trump too. I mean, the biggest thing on classified documents, for example, is that he obstructed, and now there's some reporting that there's video of him obstructing.
Could have easily avoided all of this too.
The original crime of, like, he has a classified document. Yeah, that ultimately could have been a wash because Joe Biden had classified documents. Mike Pence had some classified documents. So it's like, hey, look, everybody's doing it. What are you going to do? What are you going to prosecute all of them? I mean, this was the approach people were taking. But if there's video of him obstructing and going through the boxes and ordering, you know, his workers, and they're on the record now saying, yeah, he told me to move it from there or whatever. This is after they said, look, you got to give it all up. And he's like, sure, I did. And then he didn't. Well, that's what's going to get. That's what you're going to go down on. You know, same thing here. If you can't shut up and stop threatening the DA and the DA's daughter, there's going to be more consequences for your actions. So, I mean, that's my biggest take here, is that he's such a moron, and he only has one gear, which is offense, that he could end up screwing himself with how he acts in the process of the trial, similar to the Alex Jones situation, where Alex was his own worst enemy. So, incapable of reeling it in, clearly incapable of reeling it in. But ultimately, other than this angle of the story, it really was a snooze fest. And the rally speech really was bad. It was low energy. It was his normal list of grievances.
I don't know why he did the rally like that same day. I understand why he did it.
To know, we'll end on this point here. I'd love to know what he's actually thinking, right? Because the whole Teflon Don narrative became a very strong narrative, and for a long time it was absolutely true. But then you saw, like, they lost 3 elections under him, right? So obviously the Teflon Don thing, not exactly right, because he sort of helped tank the party. But did he buy into his own...
Yes.
Aura?
Yes.
Right? This idea of you can't be beat? Does he believe that? Or secretly, is he shitting bricks? I mean, I guess we'll never know, but certainly the way he's acting now is not helping him in the case. I'll say that. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now.
Woo! Let's try to get him to come under here. Ooh, we got... I'm so stupid. Why did I jump? Yeah, it is. Okay, slow, 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 slow. Thank you. It's alright. Let's see for severance and closure. Is that better? Yeah, 1623. Yeah, okay. Alright, folks. Let's move on to the next video while I queue up.
Center-left political streamer Destiny went on Tim Pool's show. Tim Pool, you know, I would describe as right-wing. And they got
don't
into
get fooled about that.
Back and forth here, a debate on the Trump indictment. And I thought this was interesting. Let's take a look and we'll break it down.
Again, fair point. We'll see what happens. My issue with it for the most part is, really? Falsified record misdemeanor charge? You want to get into the debate about Barack Obama blowing up a kid? Because I would absolutely love to talk about that.
All right, we can talk about that too.
Trump a misdemeanor charge and lock him up for however many months a misdemeanor gets him. I would absolutely be willing to make that to agree. You're right. He's got to be charged. Next up, Obama. He blew up a kid. He blew up a bunch of kids.
I don't know if Obama broke a law.
I don't think Americans of any capacity are allowed to kill.
We'll put that right there. Sorry, that's just for Destiny.
All the time.
Not like.
I mean, it seems like they, in the service of doing.
Or for Dark Brandon. Pardon me.
Obviously, you can kill people in self-defense, but Obama bombed a civilian restaurant in Yemen, a country we're not at war with, killing civilians, including a 16-year-old American citizen. Like, you can't, if you're in the military, you can't just, or a cop, you can't just go and kill somebody.
Murder, you can't murder.
Yeah, but I imagine the justification Obama would use was that this was in defense of U.S. interests or defense of the United States. And in his role as Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States has offered wide deference from the Supreme Court for taking actions in the Commission of protecting the United States, even if we disagree with them.
Yeah, I think that's criminal. I mean,
but that's fine, but there's a question of, like, is it illegal versus do you think it's criminal, like, bad, right? It's probably bad, I guess, but, like...
So the Obama administration's argument was that they were trying to target a terrorist leader. But I'm not... I mean, you make a fair point, but I'd be willing to argue that the president does not have the authority to bomb countries we're not at war with.
Well, what about when Trump assassinated Soleimani? That was an assassination.
Where was that taking place in?
In Iraq.
In Iraq,
Yeah.
a country we have an AUMF over. An authorization for use of military force.
I don't think the authorization for use of military force, I'm pretty sure we were on good terms with Iraq at that point. I don't know if we had the ability to do whatever we wanted in that country for Iraq. That was a political assassination. But there are executive orders that are against the United States.
I don't disagree.
Sure. I'm just saying that in general, there's multiple questions going on here. We can say, do we think it's wrong or bad? Probably. I think generally the United States president killing American citizens is generally a bad thing, unless there's really good justification for it. There's a difference between that versus is it illegal? And I think that the law tends to, we argued about this a little bit before the show, when Trump was doing things at the border that we thought, when I say we progressive and the left got really mad at, the Supreme Court tended to decide with it because the president was wide deference over matters. I think it was when he was using, he couldn't get the funding for the border wall. Oh, no. It was over banning certain people coming into the country. When he named there were 7 Muslim majority countries, and when he was running for president, even Giuliani said he's trying to find ways to do a Muslim majority ban. Technically, he's not allowed to do that.
Venezuela and North Korea on that list, though.
Yeah, well, he changed it up, I think, after the first one didn't go through for whatever reason. But once he did that ban, when people tried to challenge it, the Supreme Court basically said, president, border, he can do almost anything he wants, because it's the president.
Yeah, but that's not blowing up a kid.
I didn't say it was blowing up a kid, but I'm saying that in general, you would think that, like, when we're talking like border, if we're talking about like passing policy at the border, that seems like a congressional thing. Like, we should be passing laws about the president can do that basically all on his own because the Supreme Court's like, hey, the president, national security, he can do almost whatever he wants.
I think I see the disconnect. I'm less concerned with legality.
Okay, I'm only talking legality.
Right. So I think that a president who bombs a country we're not at war with should be stripped of his power and criminally charged for killing an American citizen. And it should be literally under the U.S. murder statutes that are covered by federal laws. I don't look at it like, well, you know...
Is a murder statute, could I, in Tennessee, get arrested if I bomb somebody in Yemen? I don't know the...
I mean, that's a good point. You might, yeah, absolutely. Okay. I mean, that might be, like, way worse than murder. It might be terroristic, international, there might... Like, I'm pretty sure if you, as an American citizen, set up a bomb in a foreign country, you'd be criminally charged in the U.S.
Yeah, but I don't know if it'd be under state statutes, right? That sounds like federal. International, federal, yeah, maybe, right.
Yeah. Julian Assange is being criminally...
Okay, so, the point from Tim Pool appears to be like, okay, maybe I grant you Trump committed a crime. Maybe I grant you. Well, he says it's a misdemeanor. It's actually not. It's 34 felonies, and yes, it's a novel application of the law because it's like committing certain crimes in service of other crimes. So there's never been a case tried exactly like this before, but it's definitely felonies. It's not misdemeanors. But his point seems to be like, really, this is nothing compared to the crimes of other presidents, and he references Barack Obama killing Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki, 16-year-old American, and basically getting away with it. His point is like, yeah, I could sign up for Trump being arrested, but, you know, arrest the other guys too. And look, here's the reality though. This is an article from very early into the Trump administration. 8-year-old American girl killed in Yemen raid approved by Trump. Anwar al-Awlaki's daughter, Nawar, may have been fatally shot in intelligence operation on Al-Qaeda that left at least 14 people, including a U.S. commando, dead. This is a raid that was viewed as so extreme that even when it came to Obama's desk, he was like, that's too risky, that's too high stakes, I can't approve it, this isn't going to go well. It got to Trump's desk, and Trump approved it. Now, also, Trump increased the drone war by over 400%. They tried to do a coup in Venezuela, and were open about that fact. Trump admitted occupying a third of Syria.
It's the reason why I want to get rid of, like, those guys, because
illegal under international law. He kept us in Afghanistan. He kept us in Iraq. As Destiny correctly pointed out, he killed General Soleimani, which was illegal. Now, look, the argument I would make is they're having two separate conversations. They're having a conversation about, like, is it legal or is it illegal or is it just bad, right? And they're trying to separate out those two conversations and say something could be bad but technically illegal. And I'm here to make the argument, no, I think that all these things that we're talking about now are not only just bad, they're also illegal. It's true that the way the law is interpreted by the executive branch and even some very right-wing courts, they might grant massive leeway on certain issues, right? Like assassinations or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, even if I grant that, okay, then this thing is technically legal, it's still illegal under international law. You can't wage an offensive attack against a country that didn't attack you. You can't do it. It's not allowed. Any other country does that. It's, you know, we'll see in the International Criminal Court, that's unacceptable. And you could probably point to multiple laws that this violates. In the case of the U.S. even, you know, you talk about Congress has to declare war, and we have the War Powers Act, which gives some leeway on that front, but it's only for a limited amount of time. But what they've done is they've taken the authorization for use of military force in the war on terror, and they've interpreted it in an insane way, where they say, this does allow us to attack anybody, anywhere, anytime, and oh yeah, by the way, it doesn't even have to be any of the people who are part of the original group, Al-Qaeda, which attacked us on 9/11. So, look, if you get a good lawyer and you challenge it in court and you have standing, almost certainly you can get the proper interpretation into law. Because they've used, you know, the authorization for use of military force for the war on terror, which is supposed to be to go after Al-Qaeda, they've used that to go after, for example, Shia Houthis in Yemen, who had nothing to do with terrorism against the United States of America, right? If anything, we are backing the people who are more linked to Al-Qaeda because it's Saudi Arabia and the Wahhabis and the Salafists who are fighting the Houthis on the ground in Yemen. So, yes, not only are all these things bad, I would argue they're also illegal. And I will grant the point that there are some, you know, right-wing courts that would maybe disagree with me. I certainly grant you that the executive branch disagrees with me, but I think any reasonable interpretation of the plain-faced reading of both U.S. law and international law would find that the drone war is illegal, the political assassinations are illegal. And to address Tim Pool's point more directly here, you know, he's playing the game of, like, really? With Trump. But, guys, if you can get him on anything, you should. And I feel the same way if they were going after George W. Bush and Dick Cheney or Barack Obama. Like, I don't like this thing where it's like, well, this particular charge isn't exactly the one, and it's not as extreme as the other ones with their bigger issues, so therefore, it's almost like excusing on those grounds. Whereas I look at it the exact opposite way, which is like, at least you're trying to get one of these guys on something that they did wrong, right? So, and by the way, I think there's more coming on the Trump front. I do. I think that you're probably going to see indictments when it comes to the Georgia case, the find the 11,000 votes, the fake elector scheme. You might even see charges when it comes to obstruction of justice for the classified documents. Remember, whereas Joe Biden and Mike Pence both cooperated with the authorities fully, whereas now apparently there's video evidence that Donald Trump did not cooperate and he obstructed justice. So I think you're going to see some charges there. Potentially, there might be other business-related ones, you know. So
All right,
I'm
so
just happy to
now
run after at least one of these guys for at least one of the things they did wrong. But, you know, the fact of
do
the
we got
matter
reconstruction
is, yes,
on
it
this?
would be better
Nope.
if you
Yes.
go after people, you know, these people for various war crimes. But, you know, unfortunately, we haven't had the proper challenges in court, and we're dealing with
might
a
just, like,
rogue
drop
executive
this.
branch that has extreme interpretations that gives themselves
Wish I had
wide
this
authority,
fucking.
and
That's not a
some
bad
court
roll,
system where at least
but
some
it's
of
not.
the judges are super right wing, and they interpret broad with this unitary executive theory, where, yeah, it's like you could kind of do whatever you want foreign policy wise. Look, we wouldn't accept that if it comes to any other country. We wouldn't.
That's
So
true.
We shouldn't accept it for us either. You know, we would be screaming about how a country is a rogue nation and they need regime change if any other country acted 1/10 as extreme as we do on the global stage. This idea of the, you know, we're the world's sole superpower.
Fucking
and
Brewers
we're
came
above the
back
law.
and beat the Mets,
And,
man.
I just think
Shit.
that's a dangerous precedent. It's a dangerous way for any nation to act, and we'd never accept if it was anybody else. And you actually should apply, you know, the law equally across the board. I mean, Noam Chomsky said it best. If the Nuremberg laws were upheld, every post-World War II president, U.S. president, would be hanged. I think that's accurate. So whether you want
That
to
is
talk
actually
about,
true.
you know, U.S. presidential action violating the Constitution, or just other federal laws, or violating international law, I mean, the job description of U.S. president is basically crimes committer. So you won't see me shed a tear for going after, honestly, any of these people. So anyway, I don't. The point that annoys me is when people sort of brush aside the Trump charges because of like the particulars of it. And it's like, really? Are we going to nitpick to this extent? I think the general feeling from the American public is actually exactly correct. The general feeling is like, yeah, there's probably a political angle to these charges, but also he should go down for it, and he didn't. And it's like, yeah, I think that's all true. Ever since Adpocalypse, when YouTube defunded all independent news and politics overnight,
He's not wrong, man. I don't always agree with Kyle, but when it comes down to this, he's
If you
right.
enjoy this content, please consider tipping $1 or $2 per month on the Secular Talk Patreon. Link in the video description.
All right, so it's another video. Then we might just dive into some Destiny 2 news with Zeta Cross.
Some pretty big wins for the left yesterday. There were a few elections. There was one in Wisconsin about the Supreme Court.
That was big.
In the direction of the left. We'll
I
get to
put my
that
heater
in just
away,
a little
fuck,
bit.
sorry.
But first, let's talk about the Chicago mayor race. Now, this guy who ended up winning is a former teacher, union leader, genuinely seems like a good dude. And one of the things that makes this so positive is that there's video of Lori Lightfoot and basically the Democratic political establishment sort of mocking him as like, this guy will never win. It's very similar feel to how the Democratic establishment treated Bernie Sanders, for example. And ultimately the results came in, and he ended up winning. So this is just one tweet here. Dave Wasserman has called it by now, but he says, there it is, with 484,829 votes counted in Chicago. Brandon Johnson takes the lead over Paul Vallis by 1,111 votes. That's 50.11% to 49.89%. And he said this was before he called it, but he said you wouldn't want to call it without seeing at least some mail, but it's virtually done. Well, he went on to say, no, it is done. So massive, massive victory. To put this in perspective for everybody, you really had a classic, like, good guy versus bad guy narrative in this mayor's race, because this guy, Paul Vallis, is like the epitome of the neoliberal privatizer. Like, he has a long career, a long history of getting involved, particularly with school districts, you know, coming in to fix them and make them better. He did it in New Orleans, for example, and he made everything the way it works. He gutted the unions, you know, hurt the workers, was a privatizer, massive neoliberal. He represents the absolute worst of politics. And again, the other guy, union leader, teacher, decent dude. So let me show you, we got this great video here from More Perfect Union, and they'll walk through their records, and you'll get an understanding as to why this was so important.
In the 1990s, We met up with him and Greg Kelly, another longtime union organizer, to understand the lasting impact of Paul Vallis's legacy in Chicago.
He was the actual architect of, we call it slash.
Vallis was the first chief executive officer by the public schools. Note the name, chief executive officer, and not school superintendent. And so he came in as a CEO would, very focused on the money aspect of the system without really fully understanding the impact of decisions that he was making.
Vallis became CEO of Chicago Public Schools in 1995 and immediately got to work enacting his privatization agenda. He skimmed money from teachers' pensions, took out high-interest loans that ultimately cost the city $1.5 billion, and he privatized school services like custodial staff, slashing wages and benefits for thousands of workers.
Is truly this year's hypocrite of the year.
What were some of the psychological effects on the workers from these privatization plans?
Well, hopelessness, number one. Wondering how they were going to survive off of $7.65 an hour. There were some employees who I personally represented who lost their homes, lost their marriages, could not afford to put their children through college as they were doing when they were regular employees of the system.
When
Jesus.
Thousands of workers, right, mostly black workers, and cut their wages, you are really impacting the neighborhoods and communities in which they live. Places that have historically been strong places for black middle class workers, they can no longer afford to live in them. And so they leave, and I honestly believe the decisions that Vallis made created the conditions for what we see today. Depopulation, rising crime, lack of investment.
For workers like Greg and Leonard, who experienced the impacts of Vallis's approach firsthand, the threat of a deeper crisis if he's elected mayor is real.
To me, the worst part about Paul Vallis isn't even his ideology. It's his inability to understand that his policies impact people.
After Chicago, Paul Vallis went on to run school systems in Philadelphia and Bridgeport, and might be best known for what he did with the public schools in New Orleans.
Given the fact that this is much smaller, I'm confident that we can transform the system.
Vallis is often credited with fixing New Orleans schools after Katrina, but people on the ground tell a different story.
And it was like someone was trying to create a disaster.
That's Ashana Bagar. In 2007, when Vallis took over as head of the school system in New Orleans, Ashana was an education advocate and a public school parent.
They fired all of our educators, teachers, cafeteria workers. 7,500 people were fired when the city was still kind of underwater and we learned a lot about it. That's when we started to learn that Paul Vallis was coming and who he was and that he had done this before.
We've really worked to develop a set of rules that take the wind out of the sail of those out there who say, we need a contract, we need an ironclad contract.
I believe he was sent to decentralize our union, like to decimate them, which firing the teachers did to destroy the union, but Paul Vallis made sure that they didn't come back together.
Set the bar high. The higher you set it, the higher the children are going to perform.
Vallis instituted strict zero-tolerance policies that punished students for low-level offenses, criminalized poverty, and led to an alarming rate of expulsions and suspensions.
This is the opposite of how you deal with children with trauma. They've lost family members and friends and their neighborhoods have been decimated. We're going to punish children for not having money. And I remember them pulling jackets off of first graders and kindergartens because it wasn't the school's jacket. The school's jacket was $60. And then you had children, if they wasn't on color belt, would be suspended for 2 days. Just horrific, inhumane things.
What do you think Chicago voters need to know about Paul Vallis ahead of this election?
He is going to put his friends and them making money off the well-being of your entire city. I need you to know that.
In this race, Vallis has aligned himself with far-right interests and billionaires, including Republican mega-donor Ken Griffin. Vallis also spoke at a fundraiser for Awake Illinois, which pushes homophobic and transphobic policies. For people like Greg Kelly, this last point is key to understanding the choice that voters will face in this election.
Joe Biden's still
My mom
there.
always told me you can learn a lot about people by who they hang out with, who their friends are, and just looking at Paul Vallis's friends lets me know that he hasn't changed.
For decades, Chicago has been run by people who represent the corporate elite. But this moment could offer a real break with that past.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon. As the next mayor of the city of Chicago,
We asked both candidates to sit down with us to tell us what they plan to do for working people. Vallis did not respond, so we sat down with Brandon Johnson after an event on housing policy at Harmony Community Church.
Paul Vallis has never seen a dollar that he wasn't willing to spend 3 times. There's a clear contrast between his view of the world, of privatization, running budgets into the ground, versus someone like me who comes from the working class, where like we can't afford to play around with our budgets like that, right? If anything goes wrong in a working class family, and I can tell you because I grew up in one, there's 10 of us with 1 bathroom. My father was a public employee, worked hard, had a couple other jobs just to make the ends meet. Nothing could go wrong.
Brandon Johnson was a public school teacher in Chicago and later became an organizer with the Chicago Teachers Union, where he protested school closings and fought for an elected school board. In 2018, Johnson was first elected Cook County Commissioner.
Teaching at Jenner Academy really shifted my politics. Yeah. Because there were students who showed up every single day, even when the city wouldn't show up for them. And you need a mayor who's willing to show up for you every single day. Because it is a matter of life and death, you all. That's right. It is a matter of life and death. No matter where you live in the city, you get to have what you deserve. Right? And what our people deserve is real economic justice. The safest cities in America all have one thing in common: they invest in people. We are in a position now where we can literally repair the damage that he caused in the 90s, while also building towards a better, stronger city that is built off of the ideas and the hopes of working people.
Ultimately, voters want to know who has a track record of standing with working people and who is willing to fight for them once in office.
The voices of working people will no longer be ignored, and the interests of those who are trying to separate us and divide us, we're going to dismantle and disrupt that structure and usher in something beautiful, something dynamic, and something that's full of love. My name is Brandon Johnson. On April 4th, you all know we all approve these measures.
So by the way, apparently up to, I think it was 1,000 cops were like, if this guy, Brandon Johnson, wins, then we're quitting. Which is kind of astonishing if you think about it. I mean, you want to talk about election interference, right? Like, this is your job. This is your job. And if the wrong person, according to you, wins the election, you're going to revolt, you're going to throw a tantrum like a little baby. I mean, this isn't even over any specific issue. They're just like, man, we don't like this guy. Well, as many people were saying on Twitter, let's go Brandon. And it turns out Brandon Johnson won. Definitely a positive result. And then the other positive result, guys, the Wisconsin Supreme Court flipped to a liberal majority. So here's what happened. It was a conservative majority. And this court was super duper yikesy. Here's why. It is the only state Supreme Court in the country that actually entertained any of Donald Trump's bogus, stop the steal, rigged election cases. And the only reason we didn't have a full-on constitutional crisis brought about by that right-wing majority is that only one of the conservative justices said, yeah, I'm going to reject Trump's case, but I'm not rejecting it on the merits or the substance. I'm only rejecting it on procedural grounds. Whereas the other 3 conservative justices were like, yeah, let's hear the case, and let's basically overturn and give Trump a W. And so very, very extremist court. So now the liberals took the majority. By the way, this is a huge, huge victory for the pro-choice side, because now you're going to have Wisconsin be less aggressively anti-abortion. And this is voters clearly speaking out on that front and clearly siding with the pro-choice side in a similar way to Kansas. Remember in Kansas, they had a direct vote on the issue of abortion rights, and Kansas is deep red, and they voted for abortion rights. That's another big deal. And the other thing is, they're going to redraw the congressional maps now. And there's only the slimmest majority for Republicans in Wisconsin. And they can redraw those maps and make it much more likely that, Democrats do better, which of course is going to impact the House of Representatives. So, I mean, look, it's a big deal. And, people are pointing out, if this is a sign of things to come, then looks like we may have hit a tipping point. People are fed up, and it's a total backlash against the Republicans. But more importantly, and this is really highlighted in the Brandon Johnson race, there's also a total rebuke of corporate Democrats, the corrupt, business-as-usual establishment Democrats. And by the way, if the
I want to point out that the people who won are all Democrats, by the way.
If
So
they went to Paul Vallis in Chicago, they would have been like, the massive rebuke of the left. So unpopular. So unpopular. And this is a massive rebuke of rising crime. Left doesn't have the answers. They'd build a narrative around it. But now that the lefty won, it's going to be crickets. Nobody's going to build a narrative in mainstream media. They're going to act like it's a fluke that he won. Well, I mean, go ahead and grapple with the fact that the liberals won on the Wisconsin Supreme Court and the more left candidate won in the Chicago mayor's race. They're not even going to grapple with it, though. You know, like I'm saying, grapple with it. They're not even going to mention it. They're just going to, you know, gloss over it and not draw any major conclusions from it, even though perhaps they should. Even though they should. So there you have it. 2 big wins.
that's because the party's going further left. It's becoming more progressive.
Soak it in, because you guys know, usually being on the left means perpetual loss, but now we have some justice, and it feels good. If you want to see me and Crystal Ball interview legends like Noam Chomsky, Cornel West, and more, subscribe to Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. $5 a month gets you the video version a day early. Remember, we take 0 ad dollars for this podcast. Or you can sign up on Substack for free and get the audio version a day later. Link in the video description box below.
Okay, Hellfire Heart. All right, let's go watch some more videos. We got Cactus. I might not just run this again. Oh, we got the Vosh video. Here. We'll go ahead and watch the Vosh video.
You know he's probably mad that they're not doing a mugshot because he's been practicing like his mean mugging. He's like upset. He wants to be in the handcuffs so he can look hard. He wants the mugshot because he's been practicing in the mirror. His mean Donnie.
The mean Donnie. It's me, the wild man, dude.
Watch
Vosh the
live,
wild
former
man.
President Trump arrives for arraignment in New York City. Woo! My goodness. Well, I think he turned himself over for the arrest a little while ago, like about an hour ago. Let's see if we can't get a little live action replay. Huh?
Into the motorcade again, the Secret Service assisting, but the NYPD taking the lead here today as they make that 4-mile trip now.
I saw some hysterical quit on Twitter saying that the media following Donald Trump's motorcade was an implicit attempt to get him assassinated because they were broadcasting his location. Jesus Christ.
down to Lower Manhattan.
Fucking
and the criminal
morons,
court.
dude.
Obviously, it will not take nearly as long as it would take in a typical day in Manhattan. Traffic has been cleared away.
Giving him the special
pedestrians in
treatment he
many parts of
deserves.
New York to make this trip as efficient as possible for the former president in making his way to Lower Manhattan. We are getting new reporting this morning on what will play out this afternoon here in New York. Our senior investigative reporter, Aaron Kotursky, live outside the courthouse. Aaron, take us through what we know so far, what the American people will
update the title real
witness,
quick.
what we won't see, and how this arraignment will unfold here.
There's so many helicopters out right now in Lower Manhattan, it's so loud. Well, former presidents basically get presidential protection when it comes to moving around, you know. Like, you get a Secret Service detail for the rest of your life. Donald Trump isn't in the official presidential car, but he is in like an armored car with a motorcade controlled by Secret Service. You know, it's you know, he's well protected. Yeah, the entire city has been cleared. I don't know if you guys, if any of you like lived in LA back when Obama was president. Every time Obama would visit LA, it would set the entire city to a standstill because like a huge portion of the town would be cleared to make way for his motorcade, which traffic for the rest of the city in LA. So if you can imagine like Los Angeles traffic being made vastly worse thanks to Obama, it's like that. I remember I was the Obama. Yeah, okay, then you would know. Yeah.
David, former President Trump is on his way here to surrender as the defendant in the people of the state of New York against Donald J. Trump. He's going to arrive here at the criminal courthouse through a side entrance that has already...
Update, Artemy is on the cozy chair and he's licking his balls. I just thought you'd all want to know that. He looks
Good to know,
very
boss.
happy right now. Now he's licking his foot, one of his back feet, you know? He is staring directly at the ceiling with one of his feet elevated. Does he have balls? No, his scrotum.
Been blocked off in anticipation of his arrival. All of the cars, including the district attorney's vehicle, have been cleared from the block so the president can come in unencumbered. He's immediately going to be taken inside to the district attorney's office for processing, where he will be formally placed under arrest and processed and booked as a criminal defendant. A short time later, he will be taken to the 15th floor to a courtroom where he will be arraigned. We're told he's going to use a special...
Wow, saying which floor he'll be on? It's like his assassination coordinates. Yeah, so Donald Trump is being arrested for 34 felonies. You know, we talked initially about the Stormy Daniels thing, but that was just the publicized element of the grand jury proceedings that we knew about because grand jury proceedings are kept quiet. He's been indicted on 34 felonies. Every single one of them is a felony charge, which is pretty insane. That's pretty wild. That's a lot. Yeah, you know, yeah, to find out how many rules Donald Trump broke, you know, Donald Trump Rule 34. Yeah, a lot. Like, a lot. And it's all like financial stuff. It's all like financial crimes. So it's like, it's basically, it's exactly the Capone thing, basically. Like, it's not illegal to attempt a fascist coup where you try to lead your supporters to storm the Capitol to interrupt the verification of the votes for your opponent and kill, like, your opponents or whatever. That's not illegal, except it is, of course. It's sedition, but, you know, nobody charges on sedition anymore. But instead, it's like, it's all the financial crimes, you know?
Elevator ordinarily reserved for the judges, and that will put him right at the entrance to the courtroom, so he may only be in the hallway a few minutes, just mere steps. Once inside, he will be seated in the well of the courtroom, and that is something the American people have never seen. A former occupant of the Oval Office seated at the defense table of a criminal courtroom, surrounded...
The thought of Donald Trump under oath is just insane to me. I cannot believe that. Putting Donald Trump under oath feels like bringing a vampire into a church. I feel like his skin would start smoking the moment he swore on the Bible.
By his lawyers, Susan Necklace and Todd Blanche, a former federal prosecutor who was recently added to the defense team. There will be no television cameras inside. The judge wouldn't allow it. But, David, he is allowing a number of photographers to snap pictures for a few minutes before the arraignment begins. So we will undoubtedly see the former president seated there. And I'm curious about some of these dynamics. Ordinarily, a president of the United States is the most important person in the room. Everybody stands in honor of his arrival. Here, he will have to stand when Judge Juan Merchan comes on the bench to preside over his arraignment, David.
An extraordinary scene, Eric Matursky.
That is dumb, but like unironically, the idea of a former president being in a situation where they're not like the greatest authority in the room is pretty weird. You know what I mean? Like, historically speaking, the idea of a former president being subjugated under like the criminal justice system in this context, I mean, it's literally unprecedented. So
Scribes that will unfold in Lower Manhattan just moments from now. For those of you joining us, this is ABC News live coverage of what is history in the making. Never before have we seen a
do you think he'll try to reach for the wheel again?
Criminally charged.
I don't want to go
to criminal court to face those charges moments from now. Of course, you're looking at the East River.
The water.
The FDR is the route taken by the NYPD and the Secret Service. There have been some questions earlier.
Yeah, following the motorcade, and it just barrel rolls out of nowhere.
Right down to Lower Manhattan, the 4-mile trip, or would they take him over to the FDR? And of course, we all know that this is, before Mar-a-Lago became his home, New York City was the home of Donald Trump for many, many decades, born, raised here. This is all very familiar territory, and you can only imagine a bit surreal for him, even for someone who has faced multiple tests in decades as a businessman and then as the president of the United States.
Unrelated, but since they mentioned that Donald Trump's home used to be New York, man, I watched a video recently, Stuart Mills, I think, on like how it is that so the Chicago River is like incredibly famous, you know, like this is a shitty picture or whatever, but you go through the Chicago River and you're like surrounded by industry and like skyscrapers on all sides, and it's beautiful and it's incredible, and I've seen like videos of it. It looks really, really good. And Donald Trump had his building built on the river with his name plastered on it, and it's so egregious and unpopular in Chicago that since then they've reduced the maximum size that like any banner or advertisement or title or whatever else can be on a building, because it's the only one of its kind on the Chicago River. Everything else is like this like beautiful, you know, like, you know, like, and then you just have like Trump staring down. It's about 150 feet wide, by the way. For perspective's sake, this is a skyscraper. This isn't like, this is like turned on its side. This sign would be as tall as a 15-story building, just to give context on how large it is. And apparently Donald Trump thinks that it's a good thing that they changed the rules to make it so that you can't put signage up this large anymore, because now he gets to be the largest sign on the Chicago River forever. Which, like, he's kind of right. He made everyone so mad that they reduced it so he gets to be the biggest forever. No one gets to trump him.
It's legal tests along the way, but never has he faced a test like this one here that begins today. Criminal charges to be arraigned for those charges just moments from now. I want to bring in John Santucci, who has reported on Donald Trump for many years for us. John, you were the one reporting that he was coming down the elevator at Trump Tower. Any more color on the mood of the former president and the Trump team as they now head to Lower Manhattan to defend the former president?
A little bit, David, and I have to be honest, things don't usually shock me, but it looks like...
Please, God, I don't ask for much. Oh, true. Soloviev offers Russia to grant political asylum to Donald Trump. True.
В России избавиться от несправедливого политического уголовного преследования. Ведь мы же не выбираем из России настоящих борцов за демократию. Как было сказано Владимиру Владимировичу.
С Дона выдачи нет.
С Дона выдачи нет. Отправить Элвина Брэга в Басманный суд? Ну, это один вариант, но мы можем Дональду Фредовичу предоставить квартиру в Ростове. Там же Янукович уже освободил, я думаю, тогда, да? Что у друзей же в Ростове.
Always remember, guys, one of the biggest indicators for a person being a fascist is that they get along with other fascists. It's the same reason that Bolsonaro wasn't even present for the inauguration of Lula da Silva, because he was in Florida sleeping on like a Minions themed bed. You know what I mean? Always allies with each other, you know? Russian TV loves Trump. Of course they do.
Like Donald Trump is actually in this vehicle by himself. He's with his agents, but usually Donald Trump has an aide, his lawyers, somebody by his side. I'm being told in real time the former president is by himself with his Secret Service detail, which is surprising given everything we've heard, David, within the last 24 hours, is that Donald Trump has been surrounded by people. He's back in his residence. You mentioned Trump Tower, a place that he lived for quite some time. I'm told last night that for many hours he was flanked by throngs of lawyers, lawyers that are working on this case, lawyers that have worked for him from some time at the Trump Organization, and lawyers that are also involved in the special counsel's investigation down in Washington. That is
throngs of lawyers,
probe,
folks.
You well know,
Oh,
looking
sorry.
at January 6th in documents.
Do you see the wheel glowing, Donnie? Donald Trump truthing on Truth Social. You know, has anyone else noticed that the wheels of your Secret Service motorcade have been glowing lately?
Also told that a lot of phone calls from Trump last night and this morning, people described him to me, David, as quite calm. Our colleague, Catherine Falders, hearing he was upbeat.
I believe it when I see it.
Last night, I had another aide who told me that, as we've reported here on ABC, Donald Trump, post-White House, has become a frequent texter. And he was texting people last night saying, okay, I think this is going to go today. What about the latest poll numbers? It seemed to be, David, as one aide put it to me, business as usual on a day that is anything but usual.
In addition to that reporting, John,
he's literally a megalomaniac. He does not think he will ever face consequences. Donald Trump has spent his entire life breaking all the rules and never getting in trouble for it. Like, obviously he thinks this is just like another thing he'll get to worm out of. And maybe it will be. He keeps doing it, you know? What's that tweet? Like, surely the old Donnie won't wriggle his way out of this one. He wriggles his way out of it easily. Well, nevertheless, you know, it's you know, so of course he's calm. Like, why wouldn't he be? It's more media coverage. He loves that shit.
Catherine Falders also indicating that the former president will plead not guilty himself.
Yeah,
that is our understanding, David. He will be in court surrounded by two lawyers, both familiar to the Trump team, if you will. Susan Necklace, who represented him, and
he wanted to be handcuffed for the publicity. That makes sense.
Manhattan DA last year.
He wanted the mugshot.
In their probe, looking at their failure to pay taxes for employees and other individuals, and another attorney who just formally joined Team Trump, Todd Blanche. He worked, of course, with Paul Manafort in their defense against special counsel Robert Mueller's probe, of course, when the president was in the White House.
God, that feels so long ago.
Off air on the Trump.
Yeah, you know he's probably mad that they're not doing a mugshot because he's been practicing like his mean mugging. He's like upset. He wants to be in the handcuffs so he can look hard, you know? He wants the mugshot because he's been practicing in the mirror like his mean Donnie, you know? There's no way he hasn't thought about it.
Campaign leading up to 2016 and then on the Trump years in the presidency. John, our thanks to you with us all afternoon here, along with Catherine Falders and our entire political team standing by. Also, our reporters from New York City to Washington to West Palm Beach, where the president will end this day, the former president. And he is set in Mar-a-Lago to brief reporters again at the end.
Folks, just give me 1 second. I just got like sweep. I got like a bunch of dirt underneath here when I plugged in this heater.
of this historic day, though even though they've worked on what he will say, likely that could be tweaked given the temperature of what plays out in this courtroom here this morning. This is a surreal scene we're watching, Jonathan
Fight
Carl.
the power. Fight the power.
Carrying Donald Trump, and as John
They're taking me away,
A
folks.
moment ago, the former president alone with his Secret Service agents on the way down. This is not typical for the former president, who's usually surrounded by a small team that truly supports him.
An incredible moment. Free him. Has been the subject. Corrupt media. Criminal investigations, civil lawsuits. On down the line, certainly his entire time in politics, but before that as well. But now he is going to be booked the same way a common criminal will be booked at the courthouse on 100 Center Street in Lower Manhattan, a place where drug dealers and petty criminals of all kinds are regularly processed. And this time it'll be a former president. Truly a moment in this saga. But I think to John's point. Trump has seen some other things happen over the past few days. One thing, that there have been polls that have come out.
It feels so good hearing Trump being called a criminal. I can never be happy unless it's a sedition charge. I cannot be happy unless it is a sedition charge. Hey, Beetle Moses. I can't be happy unless you get a sedition charge as well for your seditiously good drawing streams. You can't keep booking people like this on technicalities, I don't give a shit about his financial crimes. I don't. They're bad, but that's not what I care about. What I care about is the very obvious attempt to overthrow the U.S. government. They're working on that one. The D.C. grand jury is still in session. There is not a prosecutor in this country with the balls to bring a sedition charge against a former president. I will eat my goddamn beanie, okay? There is no way. Prove me wrong, America, okay? If there is a prosecutor willing to bring that charge forward, willing to hold the weight of that charge on their shoulders, then I will not eat my beanie. That actually sounds pretty uncomfortable, but I will be very happy. Get Miles Edgeworth on the phone. Yeah, it needs to be Kamala, California AG. Kamala, it's time. Return to your post.
There's a gentleman in D.C. right now by the name of Jack Smith that might just prove Vosh wrong. I don't know. He's not wrong about that. That's like you gotta realize that's pretty major too. You charging a former president. The guy's not in office anymore, but he is running. Imagine that might happen for that sedition charge too. Could you imagine? They're like, yeah, there's enough. I think that ultimately, if a sedition charge was a sedition charge ever levied, he would they would cut a deal with him, and for a bunch of people, he would name everybody. And when I say he would name everybody that was involved. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, probably some other people we don't know.
Just more fundraising.
So this is now not just a criminal defendant facing this case and other cases, but a presidential candidate who is going to make fighting these indictments the centerpiece of his presidential campaign.
And we're going to carefully take our viewers through all of this.
After the indictment, Donald Trump's favorability among Republicans skyrocketed relative to DeSantis's. It's over. It's over for Meatball Ron. It's there is nothing Republicans love more than martyrdom. They love it more than anything else because they're constant crybaby, victim complex bitches. And this just shoots him over. It's crazy to think DeSantis had a lead over Trump at any point now, because it feels DeSantis feels like just such a wet rag, DeSantis has just come out and he's doing work in Florida. I mean, evil work, but he's doing something. Donald Trump's not doing anything because he's just a private citizen right now. And somehow Donald still manages to control the discourse. He's just so much better at it than Ron. Let's be fair, he's better at it than any American politician right now. He spent most of his life as a showman, TV host. Yeah, it makes sense.
As we're on the air here this afternoon, and as we look at this live picture, Pierre Thomas, our Chief Justice correspondent, it also speaks to when you see that this is all that's on the highway right now. You never see this in New York City, particularly at this hour. Obviously, this is the motorcade, the Secret Service, and the New York City Police.
This is a great outcome, IMO. It gets Trump through the primary, but works against him in the general. I agree. You know, as a MAGA communist, I am fully in favor of Trump beating DeSantis in the
MAGA communist.
In the so we've talked about this before.
Oh, I never noticed this part.
In the general is not the same as favorability in the primary. So I still make the argument that even though Bernie Sanders had less favorability in the primaries with Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, he would have done better in the general than both. Because I think that Bernie Sanders did a much better job reaching out to independents and people disillusioned with the American political system. I mean, he's a populist after all, whereas Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden most certainly are not. So, you know, doing well within your party is not the same as winning the election.
Been hard at work here today, and all of the officers, some 35,000, put on heightened alert.
Would you say Trump has no pathway to the White House? No, he could still win.
For this for days. Secret Service was in meetings with New York City officials over the weekend, and one official with Secret Service I spoke to said that, look, we're confident we can get the president to where he needs to be quickly. We have the General Assembly here where there are hundreds of foreign dignitaries. We can do this. They're taking no chances.
Can someone hold public office from prison? Probably, but I doubt Donald Trump will see
around
prison.
The courthouse, you won't be able to get anywhere near the courthouse, whatever.
I honestly don't know, to be honest. This is just like so unknown to me. I can't even like speculate.
I wonder if
I think he will go to jail, to be honest with you. I think, believe it or not, I actually think, I didn't think he was going to get an indictment. Now that like
you can't like blanket pardon yourself of like anything anyone ever brings against you, right? It has to be a charge. It's also a state crime. Oh yeah, there are also like state crimes that could have been brought against him. I think you can't pardon yourself at all. Can't you pardon yourself? I'm pretty sure the president can pardon themselves. Can't they? Wait, am I wrong on that? I don't know how practical.
I believe he
yeah,
can
they
too.
Can pardon themselves, but not for impeachment. Because impeachment isn't a thing you can pardon yourself from. And he can't pardon anyone for any state crimes because the president can only do that for federal. Yeah, the language of the Constitution is that the president can pardon federal offenses, and that just includes him. Like, it doesn't say except himself. So,
sent after January 6th. More than 1,000 people arrested. Many of them have been getting significant prison terms, and they believe that is
hell yeah.
Deterrence. They're convinced that's a significant deterrent, particularly after what the country saw, what the world saw, and then the punishment that followed, even though it's taken many months. They have continued with all of those cases, and Pierre, you've reported extensively on that. I mean,
Nixon was pardoned before he was charged, though he didn't pardon himself. Shit, that's true. Nixon wasn't charged, and Ford still pardoned him. Do you think, well, that was, I mean, they kind of knew. I think when you pardon somebody, you have to know what you're pardoning them for, right? Like, you can't just say, no crimesies. You have to say, like, I'm pardoning Nixon for anything involved in Watergate or whatever. Or, like, I'm pardoning... So in order for Donald Trump to pardon himself, he couldn't just say, like, yeah, no crimesies. He would have to say, like, I'm pardoning myself for any, like, you know, any like, misappropriation of funds or any, like, financial... And, like, he would have to run through a long list, too. Like, the lawyers would probably make him run through a pretty big, like... run-on sentence to cover all bases. I'm not sure. It's pretty broad, man. A pardon also implies guilt. Well, not legally, but you know, socially, yeah, kind of. I mean, that's what people will think. The pardon process says they accept guilt and are free to consequences. Yeah, but it can't be used against you in the future legally. Like, it's not like a first strike. I think it does legally as well. How far does that extend? You know, that's a rabbit hole. Let's stay focused.
We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but as Pierre and as Lindsay pointed out at Trump Tower, for the most part, the people outside Trump Tower were tourists who likely will never forget when they chose to visit New York, given the fact that they were outside Trump Tower when he came out very briefly, got into that motorcade, and again, if you looked away, you missed it. That motorcade again on the way down to criminal
Does it
court.
prevent personal lawsuits? No, those are civil cases.
A fist pump to the crowd. Lindsay saying that many of them, again, tourists, some not supporting the former president, though we're sure there were supporters there as well. And now the live picture downtown as they approach criminal.
In regards to Nixon, those who argue the pardon was illegal point to the fact the pardon was issued before Nixon had been charged with any crimes. They argue the president's pardon power power is not absolute.
Okay, I forgot that I had.
So here's the issue, okay? The issue is that the Constitution is deliberately incredibly vague, and it literally has like one sentence dedicated to this. Like, the idiots who wrote our Constitution were like, yeah, dude, we're gonna have like philosopher kings in charge of our government for all time. So we're just gonna write an incredibly vague legal document, and we'll just trust future generations to responsibly interpret it in ways that are equal and magnanimous and beneficial to the country as a whole, and aren't just like
I like this.
completely winging it randomly every time in a fully ambiguous like and an unprincipled fashion. There are consequences to having like the oldest living legal document for a country's ruling.
Court, and I think it was Aaron Katersky in the last 24 hours.
He's right about that.
Who spoke to the juxtaposition of this sort of luxury penthouse in Trump Tower, trading that this morning for sort of the hardened building of criminal court early this afternoon, where he'll now face arraignment. I want to bring in our legal analysts, Dan Abrams and Kate Shaw. And Kate, I want to begin with you just about the history being made this afternoon as we watch this unfold here in New York. Regardless of what you feel about the case, there's no questioning the fact that we simply have never witnessed anything like this.
No, so Donald Trump, of course, has faced all sorts of legal, obstacles. He's had civil suits when he was in business. He was twice impeached.
What the is the lettering on this stuff? What? New York, what are you doing? Who did you pay to write this out? Like one of the many homeless people you don't shelter? What are you kidding? Stop. What are you doing? No, it's not even Comic Sans. It would be better if it was. This was hand drawn. Your ADHD is showing. No, this is unacceptable. It's the Empire State. Eric Adams did it himself. Yeah, it was like a promotional thing, like running. Yeah, I'm running for mayor. You can't say shit. You're from LA. LA. I spent my first 22 years of my life. I've never seen in Los Angeles a stop that looked like it was handwritten on the street.
Tried in the Senate, but of course, there's never been a criminal case against, the president or former President Donald Trump or any other president or former president in our history. It is monumental from a historical perspective, and yet it's important to remember right now, Donald Trump is an ex-president and he's just a private citizen. He's running for president. Of course, that's true too, but as a formal legal matter, he's someone subject to the criminal jurisdiction of the Manhattan DA or any other, law enforcement entity, just like anyone else. So it's enormously consequential.
Explosions everywhere, boys.
But it also, I think, speaks to this, equal justice under law principle that right now he's being booked like any other criminal defendant. He's presumed innocent until proven guilty like any other criminal defendant.
It's crazy how you can actually recognize him from his hair. Like that's actually the distinguishing characteristic from this distance.
And so you have the juxtaposition of those two dynamics.
And as we watch now, that's gets out and heads into the building there in Lower Manhattan. Again, I know it's difficult to see from these aerial images, but we'll walk through it carefully. The moments that we are able to see. There had been some question about whether or not he would speak, even if briefly, before heading into the courthouse. Of course, we will bring that to you if and when that happens. Otherwise, we'll just take you right through the proceedings here this morning. And Kate Shaw, a question I know a lot of people at home are going to have: does this preclude in any way this indictment, or even this notion of a potential conviction that could come or not if this is thrown out along the way? Does this in any way preclude him from running for president and even winning in 2024?
In a word, David, no.
Okay, these lips are going to jerk off for a while, but I think now we want to jump ahead because he wouldn't. But I think, hold on, let me see what's happening live right now. Like, because we're an hour behind the VOD.
And they now seem to be moving people inside.
Covers criminal cases for us often. Very valuable to have him downtown today for us. And Aaron, as you
last couple of days, there is also something unjustly.
Yep. Hey. Mean muggin'.
There it is, about 5 seconds, but 5 seconds of history in this country. The first time we have ever seen a president, former or current, criminally charged. We know he's already been booked. He is a criminal defendant entering a courtroom in Lower Manhattan, John.
And that did not look like somebody that was celebrating a moment that he would be able to...
Do these dipshits have anything to say other than this is historic?
He wasn't getting shattered.
Okay.
Was it because he had shield up?
Obvious comparison to make.
capitalized for his campaign, as some of his people suggested. This is the thing that seals his Republican nomination because it unifies Republicans against the prosecutor. He looked like a man very unhappy to be there. He was with his legal team, the three lawyers you mentioned, but also
what will it mean if Trump gets access to the death note?
Close advisors. We saw Jason Miller.
It's over for DeSantis.
Legal team there, and he also has his political.
I want to see what the polling is.
Looking to make a big scene at the courthouse as they had suggested previously.
But he did look to me as someone very aware that the cameras were trained on him.
He looked right at the camera. One thing, Donald.
Okay, come on, guys. Seriously? He looked like he was aware there were cameras on him. Wow, man, I wonder if the gigantic army of press corps, like on the other side of the metal barricade.
I mean, they're struggling to like find things to like talk about. You know, they can't be as spicy as like Vosh or like as like a Twitch streamer can.
People in the courtrooms are serious stuff.
What do you want them to be talking about? I want them to be doing. I want them to engage in a little bit of political analysis rather than soy facing at like events as they happen. You know, like this is significant for more reasons than just it's a former president who's been arrested. That is significant, but I really think a broader conversation on the way in which we only seem to be able to go after people like this off of financial crimes is really important to look at. You know, like what we're basically saying is you can be an insurrectionist, seditious, fascist as long as you keep your books clear, as long as your accountants keep their nose above the water and they do their job properly, then you can get away with anything. That's the lesson that I read from this. It seems like over and over and over again we like run into problems in this country where great crimes are looked over and minor ones are furtively prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Not just because people are giving the big ones a pass, but because we don't have the legal or institutional framework to appropriately like address and respond to the big ones, you know? Like, George Bush will never see the inside of a prison cell or any other member of his administration for admittedly, factually, openly lying about the reasons we needed to go into Iraq and getting many, many, many people killed. You know, he won't be arrested for that. But, you know, could George Bush have like potentially been arrested on like, I don't know, some financial crime? I don't know, maybe. He certainly did a lot of stuff that feels like it should have been illegal, like all those no-bid contracts with Halliburton that Cheney was connected to, you know, but like that's not a crime. Like massive financial misappropriation, lying to get us started into a war, killing thousands of Americans and hundreds of thousands of Iraqis, that's all fine. Lying to the UN, instructing Colin Powell to lie to the United Nations and like patting him on the back and telling him, you know, yeah, you go for it, and Colin Powell's going for it because he's a bitch at heart and he's a soldier and soldiers listen to orders. Like none of this gets anyone inside of a prison cell. But no, Donald Trump, who tried to do a fascist coup, who's part of a party still full of people who supported the fascist coup and want to do another one, with the other prospective presidential candidate literally turning Florida into a dictatorship right now with government whitelists what they can and can't put in schools without getting a felony charge thrown against them. Like, oh, you know, yeah, we'll get them on financial crimes. I want reporters to talk a little bit more about stuff like that. And I don't think it's unreasonable for me to say that.
You're talking about the possibility of taking away someone's freedom. You don't take that lightly in any court.
Definitely, but I do think it's true.
People take that lightly all the time. We have more prisoners than anyone else. What? Oh my God.
They don't usually feel like that. The hallways are places where people are relaxed. There's conversation.
I mean, they're framing this as like this is like a former president. They are soy facing. I will say this too. They were soy facing throughout, but it's just like this is like a former president.
For a couple of moments there, some time back, just to hear the ambient noise or lack thereof, I thought that spoke volumes too, Pierre, that you could hear a pin drop in that hallway for a good 25 minutes to, you know, half an hour before he even arrived.
The law enforcement officials and those officers in particular are mindful of the moment. They're there to protect the former president of the United States. They're there to protect the prosecutors. They're there to protect all involved. And they want to project the image of this is what we do. We're deadly serious about it. And one thing I can tell you, courthouses are rarely places of joy.
Jesus Christ, I can't do it anymore. Shut up.
They're not going to have like that substantive like political discussion because it's all about like a former president getting arrested. I know what he wants them to have. They're not going to have that. They'll have it like afterwards or like during.
Nature is a little more collegial often, a little less serious, and a little more prone to delay. There is a right...
Damn, Vosh, after you explained it, now I hate this commentary too. Yeah, I think, like, we're so conditioned, we'll talk about Chris in a second, we're so conditioned to accept mediocrity from our, like, journalistic and political organizations that, like, it's like, oh, yeah, well, they just talk about stuff, that's what they do. But then you think about it for a second, it's like, no! Everyone broadcasting this information, all of these anchors, these people aren't just random schlubs off the street. These are highly educated, media trained. Like, guys, you can't just stumble into being a news anchor, okay? These people are capable. They are maybe they're not willing, maybe they're not specifically educated enough, but broadly, they are capable of delivering telling political analysis. You know? They just don't. You watch Fox? Somebody give me the Fox live stream.
And so prosecutors are always under pressure, try to move as quickly as possible, and judges don't let defendants normally do anything.
They're giving like a very like normie take. They're not going to have like that type of like high level discussion that he wants to. One is like they're playing into like what they know like the audience is, and the audience frankly is not that sophisticated. They can't really wrap their heads around it.
Wait, does the Fox News channel live stream not even have commentary? It's literally okay. Did they just give up? They were just like, eh. They just left. Okay. So I guess that's also an approach. Maybe it's actually less annoying than the centrist dribble, you know? Okay, how about CNN? Recently bought out and openly admitted they want to push in a more right-leaning direction. Oh my God!
Sat there and went over point by point, complaint by complaint with Donald Trump.
Yeah, so
Newsmax is funny. Give me the Newsmax live stream.
Trump is going in there right now, and he is going to be told what the charges are. He's talking to his lawyers, and for all we know right now, the judge is telling him exactly what the charges are and arraigning him on.
One of your other guests
Thank God.
On kind of the intent or the personality.
Finally, someone who can cook.
President Trump. I was exchanging messages with him last night, and one of the things that he texted me was, make sure you tell your mom I said hello, because he's talked to my mom before, and
why the f would you, right off the bat, why the f would you be, yeah, I was talking to Trump and he was like, yeah, say hi to your mom for me. What?
So he's kind of this crusty, tough New York kind of, fighter, but at the same time, he goes out of his way while he's facing these indictments to say, make sure you tell your mom I said hello. It's like that's kind of the personality.
Does he not know how this sounds?
I will tell you, I did make the joke to the president that I think the only crime that he's ever been guilty of
oh my God, it's hilarious.
Other than that, all of this stuff,
oh, he's mad.
This stuff is so
dude, you're such a cock. Oh my God. Yeah, I was talking to Trump the other day and he was like, haha, tell your mom her pussy's still tight even though she's old and used up. And I was like, thanks to Donnie. Hey, hey, I don't mind you not endorsing me, and he didn't respond to that one. Ooh. And then he went on TV.
Highly charged.
Well, Newsmax.
It's political in nature, and I just know like I said, I've prosecuted, I've handled thousands of cases in my career, that if you don't have a reasonable likelihood of conviction, you do not bring the case. But I think clearly what's happening here in the Manhattan and the New York DA's office is that they have a political agenda, and I think they made a great miscalculation. They assumed that if they indict President Trump or they indict him in another state, that somehow the public's going to turn on him and this is going to hurt his abilities to run for political office.
Man, I kind of hate looking at this guy's face. I don't know if it's the camera settings, but like, holy shit, man.
But frankly, I think it's going to have the opposite.
That Trump was a liar, and we asked him to take himself off the case, and he refused.
Okay, folks, we're looking 17 minutes after 2 o'clock here, East Coast time.
Illusion, hoax, the impeachment 1, impeachment 2, whatever it was, Donald Trump fought. And the American people love that. Look, they love the underdog. They love the Rocky Balboa story. Donald Trump is someone who came to Washington to change the way career politicians worked and the way Washington works, and those in power hate that because of it. So Donald Trump is going to fight. The American people are supporting him. They're doing so with their pocketbooks. So you've seen almost $8 million raised for the Trump campaign from small dollar donors in the last 4 days. That's an outpouring of support, the likes of which no other candidate has ever seen. So this is real. The American people are with him, and Donald Trump will fight these charges.
Fight he will, and speak he will. He actually just put out a post on Truth Social about 20 minutes ago. Heading to Lower Manhattan, the courthouse seems so surreal. He writes, "Wow, they are going to arrest me. Can't believe this is happening in America. MAGA!"
Only in America.
That was just 20 minutes ago, Corey.
Yeah.
And also, as we look live here at the stunning images outside Manhattan Criminal Court, where there is a line of NYPD, think of this city that has been put on pause here. There is no other court cases happening. Police not going after any other crime. No, this is the focus.
Of course, there's not going to be anything else going on there. He's the former president of the United States. Their Secret Service detail. They're going to want to give him maximum protection. They don't want to put anyone else at risk. You know, there's going to be protests there, for and against them, rather. So they're going to maximize protection. They're going to shut everybody else. They're going to shut everything else down too. For like any sort of hearings or anything like that, it's going to be like this. But for like, honestly, like if they can avoid him coming there, and it could just be like an electronic hearing, and you can just do it at like a Florida courthouse or a Mar-a-Lago, however they're going to set that up, they might as well. They should just do that. So that like they can conduct like regular business there too. Because could you imagine? Yeah, we got to push your like bail hearing out for this, or your arraignment. Oh, why? Because the fucking former president's coming in for like a motion to dismiss. Oh, okay. You know. But to tell you the truth, since this is a criminal case, I don't believe they can actually do this too. Because he has a right to. He has a right to be there too, and I think, considering it's going to be him, he's gonna want to be there, but because he's going to be able to fundraise off of that too. The numbers did go up for him too. I really wonder how long that's going to go up too, as more and more as this keeps going on. As this keeps going on, I really wonder how long Republicans are going to be like, I don't think we want a guy who's going to be indicted, because as more information comes up too, and let's say like, let's just assume, I have to believe like Alvin Bragg wouldn't have brought this unless he had like a good case and he really believed like he can get the guy. I really think that he's got the goods on him and he can get him for this. They're getting him like they got like Al Capone, essentially. Like that's exactly what this is. They're getting them like he got Al Capone. So I'm wondering now if they can really like get him on this. Let me just adjust this camera here real quick. Oh no. Come here. So we'll see what happens. I'm interested too. Oh, the beard is just, I'm letting the beard grow out a little bit. I was gonna get it tamed, but I want the beard to grow out. I want these sides to like kind of like grow in a little bit more too. And here too. I don't think I can grow a little bit more here too, but I think I have to like really like let it grow. Let me give you a little brushing. Let me just play Vosh here a little bit more.
What? New York City has like 10 million people. I don't think they took a cop holiday. I think they just cleared this block and the road leading to it. Murder is legal now. It's what you don't see away from the cameras is the purge is happening right now. It's purge day, okay? All crime is legal. All New York City Police Department officers are just concentrated around this building.
Alvin Bragg has made the focus today to be Donald J. Trump on a charge that many say is preposterous, is not a crime, is not something that can be elevated to a felony, should not have been brought, and yet here we are, and the dutiful police officers doing what they have to do to protect a former president. But it is pretty stunning to see it here.
Is this an actual photo of Donnie in the courtroom? Because they are allowing photos being taken out of there. From
that
the
is.
DC. So this would have just happened. Damn, he's looking good. Mean mugging.
Where this city of millions of people sort of takes a collective breath, if you will, as we
Yeah,
watch
as I was watching it yesterday too, I didn't really make a comment about like the commentary. It was like very obvious commentary. It's just stuff like that I would like, or regular people would. I think they're kind of like, they're doing it on the fly too. Like every once in a while. I think NBC probably had like the best commentary because they're talking about the consequences of this too. And actually the people over at Spectrum 1 were having it too, because they were talking about like the broad strokes of it most of the time. Because they know like people don't really know how the criminal justice system works. So it's just like easy commentary. Like the more substantive stuff is stuff that like you have like post. You know what I mean? Because like you need experts to come in too. And the thing is like people just don't know. And because like people don't know, people just don't know like how to, you know, just how to react to that situation. So it's just, I think that Vosh wants like this like high-minded conversation, but like you're not going to get it because the people who are doing the conversation, I don't think frankly, I don't think it's not that they're not capable of doing it. I just don't think that they think that their audience is capable of having that conversation, to be fair with you. And that's me being like very like nice about it too. Here we go. I'm wondering if I have to like just boost this up just a tiny bit. I probably have to. Here, let me just play Vosh here. Beard's looking scruffy, but it's all right. I need to trim it a little bit, like right here. You see how like it's a little bit long too? I gotta put more product in it. That's the big thing. Oh, it's the wrong side. Right here is like a problem too. This part right here is just, I need to trim it, but if I trim it too much, it looks uneven. You guys just see me play with my beard here. Here's Vosh.
Has the chat open. Call him Orange. Yes. He is our lion. From the Peace Prize to jail. I guess Trump got the Nobel Peace Prize. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Liberals gone mad. Jackie gonna vote for Biden in 2024. Better kick them all out before then. Ultra MAGA. God bless Donald Trump and God bless America, us. I'm betting he's being charged with Jan 6th thing. Chicanos for Trump. Oh well, guess you guys are in their pack now. Long live King Trump. Yelling dinosaur emoji.
Wonder how many people there
has fallen again. We have to make America great again. Again. MAGA 2.0. Trump. 2024. Sweden for Donald J. Trump. Save America 2024. This is the dawning of the age of MAGA patriots. The age of MAGA patriots. MAGA patriots. What beat is this to? Who let this guy cook? Notice one side is all children from Generation Zoloft. What?
Carter, you're not that far from actually my neighborhood, and this morning felt like any other morning, but of course very different from your vantage point. Thank you so much.
That one's a banger. That one's a banger.
You got it, guys.
They are schizos, though. It's true. This is what I mean. A lot of Republican voters, especially the kind who would comment in a Newsmax live stream that you need to be a subscriber to get actually.
Do you have to be a subscriber to like get in on that chat?
Head empty.
Right, and Mark Bernovich, Doug Collins, great having both of you with us and sharing your insights. We're going to have Tom Basile stick around, and joining us now, spokeswoman for Make America Great Again Incorporated and former assistant press secretary under the Trump.
Damn, she's got some knockers. What's this Fox stream?
In those cases was essentially pushing the questions of the legal basis for them, right? So both of these men ended up doing time, but he was successful, Todd Blanche, in
respectfully, not respectively, not respectfully. He's a Newsmax anchor. You just say nice, not it's fine.
gone out, but you know the question of whether or not this should be dismissed.
Conservatives, for whatever reason, man, they get the
that he's going to make here as you look at this team, because he is now clearly in the #1 spot now that this is an extraordinarily serious situation. But in terms of real quick, Jillian, you know how this all fares as you go to 2024. We're going to have a lot between now and then that is going to transpire. So this is really just chapter 1 here in this story that will be quite fascinating to watch over the next several months.
Andy McCarthy, on this idea of a motion to dismiss, any defense attorney worth their salt always introduces a motion to dismiss at a hearing like this.
They did not introduce a motion to dismiss.
Would grant and
yeah, probably not. They're probably not going to grant a dismissal on 34 felony charges for the former president that just had a grand jury hearing. Yeah, probably not. That'd be quite silly, wouldn't it? If they showed up and the defense attorney was like, "Judge, motion dismissed," and judge was like, "Yeah, okay," and then the motorcade just leaves New York, just like drives backwards, like right back the way they came, you know, flies back to Florida. I hate the Fox News player.
Nothing more than a scheduling done for all of these kinds of pretrial relief, pretrial motions that will be made. I don't have a lot of confidence that they'll get a venue change here, and I don't
to
have
Staten
a lot of
Island of all
confidence that it would
places.
make much
You
of
kidding
a
me? You think the
difference.
judge is going to let him come to like pro-Trump country?
Here, there won't ever be a jury trial, but if there is a change of venue, the change of venue would probably come with the same prosecutor and the same judge moving venue. So yes, you'd get a different jury, but judges and prosecutors tend to have a big impact on how a case goes. So I wouldn't hold my breath waiting for that to be granted. I think the best argument that the former president has going for him here is that these
Andy, it's Jillian. I'm sorry to interrupt you. We just got word into the newsroom, thanks to our producers on the scene, that the former president has officially pleaded not guilty to your criminal charges in this court hearing that just happened a moment ago. Official plea from the former president.
I think Vosh was like watching it live. Was he?
Well, he's been indicted, so this
No, he was watching it live. This was the live broadcast. It's just like the video afterwards, because he was streaming yesterday.
Not guilty.
all right, but it's another moment in a series of historic moments here. Jonathan Turley, again, you know, we take a look at this and we think, oh, it's Donald Trump and he's before a court. A lot of people figured that at some point in his life this was going to happen.
Imagine if he folded right away with a guilty. I unironically think that would have been like actual king shit. After all the posturing or whatever, he just shows up, he's like guilty, and then he just like walks into prison. That'd be very funny.
That would be very funny.
Yeah, I was wrong. Just turns over a new leaf immediately. That would break the internet. I actually think that would be like the most consequential like event for media coverage, maybe in world history. That would be unbelievable.
It would just be
Your Honor, that would be insane. I have no
I was
idea,
already king of the United States. Now I'm going to be the king of Rikers.
And it's a
I'm
very
guilty.
sad moment. If he left his law firm, because the firm did not want to have a partner representing a former president of the United States. We have seen a great backlash against firms that have represented Republicans or represented Donald Trump. And
yeah, because he kept filing
really
phony lawsuits.
The underlying principles of our legal system. You know, he should not have to resign from a firm to represent a former president of the United States. But that's the age of rage that we live in. So the president has now pleaded not guilty, and the court is going to have to decide if this case should go forward at all. That will be the first threshold legal question. The second question will be, where should the case go forward if the first motion is denied? Now, as Andy said, I expect that motion for a venue change will be denied. I think this is a stronger case than most. Even though you end up with just the same judge and prosecutor potentially, you do end up with a different jury pool. for me, the problem here is not just the prosecutor running on bagging Donald Trump. It's the fact that he was elected by voters in this district in part for that reason. And that
What are you
creates
talking
this
about?
very troubling appearance for many people in the country. So the question is, does the judge want to try to make some type of gesture that this is not a canned hunt, that we're not just allowing a prosecutor to bring in someone that he promised that he would charge.
Of course he was oh my god. This preys on their audience not realizing that people voted for him. You know what I mean? Like, the same goes for prosecutors in other counties, especially Republican ones. You vote for them.
Falsifying business records, and it says first degree. Now, I'm not getting the specifics of how this breaks down or if they're reading each one by one, but it is the number is 34 counts, and we can talk to falsifying business records in first degree. And as far as what cases, whether it's just Stormy Daniels or expands to the other case we're talking about, Karen McDougal and the National Enquirer, we don't have that detail yet. But we can talk about that maybe with Jonathan Turley and Andy about the falsifying business records, and that it doesn't appear that there is any other avenue that the district attorney has gone down here.
Andy, what do you make of that, what Brett just laid out? What can we read into the fact that there are 34 counts of falsifying these records in the first degree?
Well, obviously, if it's in the first degree, then we're in this posture where I presume, without having read this, that they're saying that there's another crime that he's committed that he was trying to conceal, which is what makes it a felony. It's always the fact that he's using the grand jury indicated that he was pursuing felony charges. I presume he could have filed a criminal information.
Fox News player, come on.
Without the grand jury, Greg could have by himself.
I don't know how like Voss watches every once in a while, but like Ira and Cat Abu, like I don't understand like how they can like continuously like watch this. I just don't get it. I'm gonna keep the mic up here because I just feel more comfortable.
Okay, seriously?
I keep
Can
like
they
moving.
really not host this on YouTube? They're shitty
Of evidence, and what I fear here is that they've taken what's essentially one transaction and figured out ways to compartmentalize pieces of it. So, for example, if you have one payment to Michael Cohen where he put in an invoice, they gave him a check, and then they made a business record entry, you could turn that into 3 counts. Even though it's one transaction.
Should we seriously think that Donald Trump has done one financial crime? Come on. He's gotten in hot water for this before. Also, like, that is something that they tend to do.
This department warns abusive prosecutors not to do, which is take something that is a single unitary transaction and turn it into multiple transactions in order to create the impression that the defendant is a serious offender.
Let me just read the statute here in terms of the charges against the former president. According to New York State law, section 175.10, a person is guilty of falsifying business records in the first degree when he commits the crime of falsifying business records in the second degree and when his intent to defraud includes...
How do you even get a jury for this? Aren't they supposed to be unbiased? M. Britt Bong, no understand U.S. jury. Well, believe it or not, that's actually like a subject of a lot of controversy and discourse in American like legal studies, which is like the extent to which you actually can get an unbiased jury.
True.
Usually when it comes to stuff like this, like the so we have processes where lawyers can strike out members of a jury if they
Doing
think they're
voir dire.
biased, which in reality means that like lawyers will try to strike out people who they think would rule against their client, because obviously they're self-interested in that respect. And the jury is usually sequestered from the media during the time that the trial proceeds, but there's not really any such thing as an unbiased jury.
That felony might.
The only thing you can hope to do is like based on like the facts, the jury will just rule on the facts and like the legal issues presented before them too.
If all of these accounts refer to payments that were made in 2016, then we will know those are related to Daniels and McDougal. If that's the case, then this would be a terrible moment for the rule of law. This would mean that all Bragg did was replicate the same flawed theory 34 times. And that doesn't improve upon repetition, if that is his theory.
Just a reminder that 34 counts are for like 34 different documents. That's it. Each counts for each document.
Many of us don't believe this is an election violation, that you could count this
Fuck
as
me, dude.
a political contribution. Even people at the FEC
I have like no defense. This is like pure damage.
But also the Department of Justice went down this road before. They tried the Democratic presidential candidate, John Edwards, on what I thought was a stronger case that also involved hush money going to a woman. In that case, they had a child. The jury rejected those claims. And so there's a good reason why the Department of Justice may not have proceeded. But still, if the second crime here, the thing that makes it a felony in the first degree, is a federal election charge, we have a very significant threshold question that will face the court. That has never been done. To our knowledge, in any case in history. It not only speaks to selective prosecution, it suggests exclusive prosecution to just Donald Trump. And so the
quick
court
follow-up on that, Jonathan. I'm sorry to interrupt. We're coming up against the end of the hour. I want to make sure I get some clarity from you on this. When you talk about this has never happened in history, we know that former political candidates, presidential candidates, including Hillary Clinton, have paid financial penalties for campaign.
We just got to bring up Hillary Clinton again.
Is embedded within these charges, again, we have not seen them yet, but we are getting early reports about them.
Okay.
Can we now assume safely that Bragg is making, and the grand jury is making the case in these charges, that Trump did have the intent to defraud American voters? That is definitively
Let's get rid of that
what they are charging him with here? Is that what differentiates this?
Yeah. I don't think we can make that assumption until we read the indictment and see what it was that he was allegedly trying to conceal. What was that other crime? We have only heard of one in all of these leaks and discussions.
Yeah, there's not much point in talking about, like, well, what is he being charged with? Because we don't know yet. Like, we only know a little bit of it. As for the Stormy Daniels thing, the question would be whether or not Donald Trump specifically and knowingly instructed Michael Cohen to pay the hush money using campaign funds. Because Michael Cohen obviously did that knowingly because he was the one managing the funds. He went to jail for it. And Michael Cohen also testified against Trump at the grand jury hearing. So the question would be, did Michael Cohen give information or evidence which would suggest that Donald Trump knowingly participated in the campaign finance misappropriation? Yeah.
Oh my God.
Vosh, jury selection is if you express any anti-Trump sentiment openly, it could lead to a mistrial. I love centrism. Yeah, that's not New York Times. That's not surprising at all. Yeah, you can't. If it came out that like a juror in a case had like old Facebook posts where they were anti-Trump, obviously, like that, I think you could fairly say that's grounds for mistrial. You know, Donald Trump is a very like contentious figure, and like unfortunately, as annoying as it is, you know, he is entitled to a fair trial. And getting a bunch of jurors who started by hating him is not exactly a fair trial. It's just a prerequisite of this. But yeah, the real question. I'm just curious about what Michael Cohen testified. I guess we'll hear from him. He'll probably show up as a witness in that charge. Isn't it also extreme bias to only select jurors with zero interest in politics, though? Yeah, but that's the thing. The jurors aren't like they're not supposed to be weighing in based on their political opinions. The jurors are only supposed to hear the facts of the case and rule based on those. If we're talking about it, does it require a kind of bias to be like an ultra-centrist or politically disaffected in the real world? Yes. But in a jury proceeding or in a trial proceeding, the jury is expected to be completely agnostic on the people that they're ruling on outside the context of the case, the info they're given. So they have to be. Will they not film the inside for history? No. The judge is not allowing film in the court.
I imagine in the
Why? Because the judge hates content.
All right.
well,
True.
thank you for being with us on this historic occasion. I'm John Roberts.
I'm Jillian Turner. The story with Martha McCallum begins right now.
All right, thank you very much, John and Jillian. Continuing breaking coverage here this afternoon. I'm Martha McCallum. Good to have you with us.
Okay, we're just doing the 24-hour news cycle thing. I think we're done with information for now. Much as I'd love to farm viewers and subscribers by continuing to cover this, I don't think we're going to get any information for a while.
Probably not.
We'll revisit this as more info comes out. Unfortunately, we're not getting video from inside the courtroom because, again, the judge hates content, you know, and then hates us. Despises us.
Okay. So now we're going to actually do some gaming news.
Article reflecting on Lightfall, launch and beyond. It says it was posted 14 hours ago, but I guess Bungie's got this new thing now where they actually they put an article up, but they don't public it until the next day. All right. Okay. We're just over a month into the launches of Lightfall in Season 20, and
Okay, that's strange. Pip is not, my browser's not picking it up. Hold on. Okay, there it is.
there's been a lot to take in. Today, we'd like to dive into the feedback that we've received, the gameplay updates and quality of life improvements we've been cooking up, and an early preview of what we're planning for next season. But first, we want to start by giving a massive thank you to the millions of players who jumped in with us so far. And a lot of players, guys. We actually just made a video recently. Paul Tassi did an article, guys. We literally have so many more players that picked up Lightfall, despite the narrative blunders. A lot of people are playing Destiny 2. Now, with Lightfall's launch, Destiny 2 saw its highest number of concurrent players in years. We welcome more new lights, returning players, and daily active players than we did with the Witch Queen's launch last year. We surpassed our sales expectations for a new expansion, and we were absolutely blown away by the record-breaking viewership for our world's first race with Root of Nightmares. Lightfall's OST even debuted as the #1 soundtrack on iTunes against some very steep competition, which warmed our hearts to see. The music is always banging, right? But just as with any new expansion,
they did do a good job with the music.
We have our work cut out for us as we pave the way for what's to come. Here's Destiny 2 game director Joe Blackburn to kick things off. All right, Joe. Tell us what's up, man. Let us know, are we getting that Destiny 3 or not? Hey, Guardians! We're floored by how many new and returning faces have been devouring Destiny 2 these last few weeks, and while it's clear the initial experience we delivered on day one didn't provide the full clarity we originally planned for when we set out creating Lightfall, the team has taken the feedback to heart in both what's coming this year and with how we're ending the Light in Darkness saga in the final shape. Over the last few years, the team has set a high bar for what to expect from Destiny 2's evolving world, and we're committed to making sure the resolution of our first saga lives up to that legacy. Of our first saga. All right. We'll continue to build toward that resolution throughout the year of Lightfall, and I can't wait to experience the conclusion of the saga alongside all of you as we make our way to the final shape. Of course, there's plenty to come between now and then. We've taken a broad look at the community feedback across the game since the launch and have been working to address several areas in the coming weeks, while also forging ahead on content for upcoming seasons. Let's get into the things we're building. And
I'm probably better off bumping it up.
Starting with ranking up. Hey everyone, it's the Player Identity team here to update you with what we're planning for Guardian ranks and commendations. These two systems have been live for about a month now, and we've been discussing how they will evolve since Lightfall's launch. First, we wanted to walk through a few of our goals for these systems as they were designed. So for Guardian ranks, they should serve as a guide to let you know what you should be doing to improve your Guardian, especially if you're new to the game. They should create a social signal to others. Yes, they should. Yes, they should. So that you can quickly glean some information about a Guardian skill with Destiny 2. This social signal should also carry meaning season over season. You're damn right! Commendations are meant to create cycles of gratitude so that players are thankful for one another. They should reinforce that the most celebrated Guardians are those who have earned the respect of their peers by helping them out. Again, it's all about the flex. Quiet sixes! The 11s are talking, which is an okay thing to say, all right? I'm just letting you know. Maybe not to the 6. Let's not shit talk the 6s. But in anyone from rank 7 to 10, I think that's completely allowed. Now, meeting our goals. With a solid amount of data now under our belts, it's clear we missed the mark on some of our goals and needed to make updates based on constructive feedback. While the first batch of Guardian Ranks has proven to be an invaluable guide for new lights, we want to improve the system for all players. Guardians Ranks should be a useful guide season over season, which means they should reflect the most recent content in game. Hitting the highest rank you can achieve isn't easy, so you should feel pride in showing off across multiple seasons. Exactly. We also expect players would become annoyed if they had to redo all the basics each season, so we're building in shortcuts to renew ranks you've previously achieved even faster. All right, to that end, we've refined the goals for seasonal resets. Players should be able to represent their confidence across a whole season, and those who previously completed a Guardian rank should be able to renew that rank quickly in the next season. The social signal should also have meaning each season. That Guardian is rank 8, so they clearly know how to complete a raid. You would think. But we actually were raiding yesterday with some 8s, and I'm just saying. A lot of people throwing on that team. I should join their fire team for the new one. So how will this manifest in the game? When starting a new season, your rank displayed to everyone will reflect your highest rank earned last season. And if you achieve a higher rank than you did last season, it will be your new displayed number. Okay, all right. So your rank displayed to everyone will reflect your highest rank earned last season. And if you achieve a higher rank than you did last season, that will become the new display number. Okay, all right. I still like the idea of what I said about prestiging, but all right, well, I mean, we'll see, buddy. Players renew.
That'd be a good idea, just the prestige.
Completing blue tinted categories in the Guardian rank progression. Other categories will not reset. Ranks you do not renew will fade at the end of a season. Combination counts will be reset each season to reflect your experience with the newest content. Your combination score and breakdown will be tracked each season, and you'll only lose a percentage of your combination score each season rather than having it completely reset. All right, so they've not only lowered the cost, but you're only going to lose a percentage of it. All right. I still like gilded ranks. Now, as the year goes on, it's important that we track your achievements through the season. In Season 21, we're adding a new display to the journey screen that will show your recent seasonal history. This will include Guardian ranks, combination score, combination breakdown, seasonal challenges, and seasonal triumph score. All right. Here we go. You got this. Yeah, you got that. All right. Hold on. Before we just go any further, you see this gold insignia? That displays the highest rank you got this season before. Okay, and notice it shows 9. Even though the ranks have reset, that's still going to show up. So, for my rank 11s that reached rank 11 this season, you'll still be able to shit talk the 10s and below. But I guess to carry it over to the next season, you want to reach rank 11 again if you want to be 11 again. Is that right? Is that how I'm understanding it? It still seems too temporary.
Yeah.
It seems too checklisty rather than prestigious. You know what I mean? That's just my thoughts. I still like the idea of like an annual grind more than a seasonal grind. And I still like the idea of Guardian ranks being some of the hardest content you can tackle. It's a one number. You know, it's the first thing you see when you look at a Guardian, and that's special. So it should be something super difficult. It should encompass everything in Destiny. It's the combination of PvE and PvP and just the hardest things you could tackle in the game at the highest ranks. I think that's what it should be. I know Bungie's designed it as a means to give new players an idea of what they need to do, and I feel like ranks 1 through 6 satisfy that. Everything after that should be, you know, to reach the highest level of your Guardian. Even Gambits. Let me tell you something. If there's something became rank 12, rank 13, and said you have to play 100 Gambit games solo,
would people actually do it?
We are playing Gambit. Now, Forever 6, we believe several of our objectives for Guardian ranks were initially overtuned, and we placed too many objectives in certain ranks, leading to the very appropriate meme of most players being Forever 6 at launch. We've taken a step back to look at how things could be improved, and we're making changes that we believe will make a big difference. For example, shortly after launch, we moved the Lost Sector completion and flawless objectives to higher ranks. We reduced the combination objective requirements in Guardian ranks 7 through 11. All right, I think the combination thing, I understand that one. The Lost Sector one,
maybe.
Lost Sector, guys. Longer term, currently planned for Season 21, returning players will now start at rank 5, and ranking up from 5 to 7 will be faster than it was to rank up from 6 to 7 at launch. Rank renewal will be fast-tracked, so most players will have quickly renewed rank 7 by playing seasonal content, earning artifact power, completing seasonal challenges, and trying out the newest exotic. We also plan on remixing ranks 6 to 11 to provide a better expression of skill between those ranks, and once these changes are out in the wild, we'll continue to monitor the data to determine which other long-term changes are needed to ensure we feel good about our updated objectives. All right, so again, guys, they're trying to push the harder content though to the higher ranks so that folks aren't stuck at a level. Now someone says, do we lose our loadout slots from 7 to 10 from seasonal resets? No, you should not. I feel like that would cause a tremendous amount of backlash. Now, commendable objectives. Although I was initially excited to see over 100 million commendations granted in the first 2 weeks, we're aware that we made the system too closely tied to progression. We know we have to work to get commendations to a better place, and plans are already in motion.
Get my watch later list ready to go for you guys so we can just tackle this a little bit.
Who they do or don't want to give a commendation to, without worrying about the amounts that they're giving. That they've given holding them back from their goals. We also recently made it easier to identify and appreciate your favorite teammates by adding 5 seconds to the combination phase at the end of a PvP match. Dude, that right there would fix a lot of problems. I can't tell you how many times I get locked out the combination. It's like it won't even let me apply it to my teammates. Now, in our updates on March the 30th, we made additional reductions to commendation requirements so that players can reach their milestones even faster. Remove Guardian rank objectives that require players to give commendations from rank 7 to 9. Further reduce the commendation objective requirements for Guardian rank 7 to 9. And reduce Hawthorne's weekly powerful commendation requirements from 20 to 5. Yeah, so a lot of things there. Good changes, honestly, because there are a lot of people as the season progresses that once people reach a certain rank, they're not even going to care about giving out commendations or whatever, you know. So now in the coming weeks, we're planning additional updates to make giving and receiving commendations more meaningful, including updating eligibility for commendation based on the activity participation or lack thereof, and adding a new commendation, best dress. Let me tell you something. You want people to commendate every single game and they remember every single time? Allow commendations to be used as a currency. If you can buy upgrade modules, commendation points. I'm not saying an ass load of upgrade modules or enhancement cores, you know what I mean? But you get something out of it. Imagine if you can actually spend those things. Starting in season 21. Objectives to receive leadership combinations in ranks 10 to 11 will be retroactive for the season, so raids and dungeons that you lead from day 1 will count towards your progress. Now, building our social system is always challenging. Even in a studio with hundreds of people, you never know how things are going to behave in the real world until we put it into the hands of the players. The best part about this community is that you're not afraid to give us input. Constructive feedback is always appreciated, and essentially to helping us get things into the best possible state for everyone. We'll keep monitoring and evolving our system so that we can reach our goals. AKA, yes, the community, y'all know how to bitch, but it is
yep.
Combinations need to be more relatable. Your Guardian get a ton of damage, so they should get a combination for highest DPS. They could. I mean, that to me, yeah. Some of these like best stress. You know, I would love a throwing combination. We're literally the person on your team who throws. Imagine whatever combination you get the most of, you can actually apply it like a title.
So the person like throws the most.
Instead of having that awkward conversation, like, hey, Andy, you fucked up a lot there. You don't even have to have that conversation. The commendations speak for themselves, right? Andy's like, what? I got 5 throwing commendations?
Clearly that's gonna get abused.
You might have been throwing. Difficulty adjustments. When we launched Lightfall, we kicked off the largest set of difficulty retuning the Destiny franchise has seen since the Taken King. As players started patrolling the Amuna and playing Lost Sectors, Nightfalls, and the Avalon exotic mission after completing the campaign, it became apparent that some areas of the game were experiencing unintended behaviors because of this change. For example, the modifiers for Legendary Campaign feel great in single-player campaign missions scaled up to 3 players, but they become oppressive in a ritual-focused 3-player activity like Avalon. Even Nightfalls, which have far less aggressive enemy HP tuning than the Legendary Campaign, can feel overwhelming when played multiple times in a row. So Legend and Master activities. While we feel incoming damage to players is in a great spot in Legend and Master activities, non-boss units had a bit too much health and could feel more like bullet sponges than we'd like. We made some changes to balance things out, starting with these tuning updates that went live on March 30th. So Legend and Master activities, enemy HP scale reduced by 10%. This includes all non-raid and dungeon content with the Legend and Master monikers. Legendary activities such as the Legendary Campaign missions are generally not affected. Legendary Avalon co-op scalar converted to Legend Nightfall levels rather than Legendary Campaign. Oh wow! So Avalon was scaled based on what was in the Legendary Campaign. Enemy HP should be reduced by about 33% in a full fire.
Okay.
Now look, I'm not gonna lie, guys. Were those activities hard? Especially like Legendary Avalon, yes. If we didn't have Winter Bite, it would have been much tougher. I will say this though, that's why it's really important to know what is the meta. If you had a problem with the final boss there for Avalon, Wishinder straight up slaps him. I'm serious, guys. Like Wishinder, you could shoot him through a barrier. So, and again, that's the beautiful thing about Destiny. It's like, if you are keeping up with what's happening in the game, the meta will be revealed to you. All right, Heist Battlegrounds. We think our first Nightfall Battleground felt great on Hero, similar to how I played that first time running in Season 19. On Legend and Master, however, things were a little less clear. We have some changes in our upcoming Season 20 mid-season patch. So Heist Battleground Morris, decreasing how often combatants waste spawn on higher difficulties in the tower phase. No. That was a lot of fun. Increasing the map score multiplier to help players reach score goals without exploits. Okay. Yeah. Adding an additional ammo crates. Other Heist Battleground changes. Reduce the frequency and number of some combatant waves in all boss fights. Reducing the health of Death Tongue core stores. 5 rooms now have the same health on all difficulties. Good. Thinning out the fallen trip mines in the Heist Battlegrounds mode. Okay. So this is just for Legend and Master. If I'm understanding this correctly, Grandmaster is still going to be good, right? Like we're still going to get the same cadence of combatant spawning in GM. I will say it is a lot of ads, but I honestly love how chaotic it is. It seems like
yes,
putting a clear separation between what is Legend and Master content and what is Grandmaster content. By the way, that is out next week. Neomuna Patrol.
Get ready.
When we started building Lightfall, we were keenly aware of what a normal patrol zone feels like to any player passing in light. Weak enemies that die easily and are only threatening to players in large numbers, or when public event bosses are around. For Neomuna, we wanted something different. We wanted to make it always feel dangerous, like a city under siege by powerful enemy forces, where even rank and file enemies can be a threat, and powerful enemies demand your attention. In some ways, it should feel unsafe and oppressive. We understand that's somewhat of a shock to many players who were expecting every enemy to be easy prey. After all, we have some strong difficulty modifiers on the Neomuna. We're pretty satisfied with how it plays after nerfing Threshers, how it encourages team play and build crafting in ways control zones typically do not, and how it specifically allows mini builds to shine. However, we've made some adjustments so far. We increased the spawn rates of Vex Strike Force events in the Vex Incursion Zone. That's good. Partition activities are now replayable each week after earning your initial critical power reward. We reduced the rate that rank and file red bar enemies are replaced by cover elite orange bar enemies, and reduce the spawn rate of turrets specifically in Athena's Park. Now in a future patch, certain patrols will be easier to complete. Yeah, I mean, I still to this day, I was under the expectation that patrols were going to be even harder, that a tormentor would like pop up out of nowhere and just start messing us up. I see we're like new players, like maybe it like messes with them. So the purpose of everything in Destiny is to just be difficult enough to really start pushing you to, especially like the base content, to be difficult enough to really start pushing you to experience builds, to actually craft some things out. And once you get the right build down though, like you got it. There's so many activities you can mess up. Corman's on a patrol with a goofy power level scaling. Dude, you know what I want? I want to just be sparrowing through Neomuna or wherever, and a tormentor just shows up and just yanks a new light off his barrel right in front of me and just puts it. And I have a decision to make right there. Do I get off and do I help that man, or do I keep grinding? Terminal overload. We've heard feedback that the daily terminal overload area feels empty both before the event is active and while it's going on. During the event, we wanted players to focus on the event enemies rather than finding generic enemies that didn't give progress toward the event. Due to some technical restrictions, we couldn't accomplish this without removing enemies from the area prior to the event starting. We're investigating new tech that would allow us to be more flexible in a future destination. We did need to do a better job of matching you with guardians who are interested in a fight and not just grinding past their sparrows, however, as of a recent update. The Terminal Overload Director node now will reliably matchmake you with other players who are participating in Terminal Overload. That's good. Yeah, I felt like the first week especially, it was better to just go there in the patrol zone rather than load into the activity, right? Now, Lost Sectors. Lost Sectors warrant special attention as some of our only solo-focused in-game activities. While we understand the initial frustration of being under-leveled early in Season 20 to take on Lost Sectors, we believe the activity levels are appropriate as in-game content of the seasonal ebb and flow, while acknowledging they require a full power climb with the release of Lightfall to reasonably attempt. As Season 20 continues, and certainly at the start of Season 21, we feel both Legend and Master Lost Sectors will feel very approachable for regular players. And we're planning on making any difficulty changes specific to Lost Sectors at this time, aside from the 10% in the HP scale reduction that we noted above. We do have some upcoming changes to data acquisition to share below, so read on. Alright. Now, Threshers. The Threshers were originally tuned for combat against Guardian tanks, which are more powerful tools against Cabal vehicles that could use auto-targeting to destroy slow-moving Thresher missiles. Threshers have always dealt more damage than intended against Guardians, but under pre-Lightfall combat at lower power levels, they weren't lethal enough to need a nerf. As part of our goal to make the invasion of the Moon feel more threatening, we deployed Threshers more often than
why it's like going over there
before, and assigned them difficulty modifiers previously only seen in Nightfalls. This significantly increased the brutality. You damn right it did. It freaking wrecked the piss out, and like instantly. To reduce the spike, we removed impact direct damage and only left the explosion damage from their missiles in our patch on March 23rd. The maximum damage on a direct hit should now be less than half of what it previously was. Honestly, if Callus had a single Thresher in his boss fight room, it would have been a GG. Vanguard scoring and reputation. While it's still a little early to tell if Vanguard scoring bonuses are tuned to our liking yet, we do have a few things to discuss. With Lightfall, we retuned the score multiplier of Master Grandmaster from 2.0 to 2.5 to 1.75 and 2.0 respectively to make the scoring curve from Hero to Grandmaster smoother. While this makes for a better play experience, where every strike can fill time equivalent to others for rep gain at the same difficulty, any pursuit that do instant score needed to be adjusted to account
one more
this.
of these.
So in a future patch, we will take a pass at low map score multipliers and individual objectives to make sure everything feels better, specifically Guardian ranks, Nightfall scoring and objectives, and Legendaries of returning bounties. They're also going to add a throttle to prevent certain exploits as an optimal
seasonal weapons.
Strategy. What the shit? AKA, we cannot suicide farm. You know, we would just like, you could just literally jump off and die over and over again. After Season 20 concludes, we plan on doing a full review of Vanguard scoring over the entire
I know exactly where I can go with that.
Tunes to make. All right. Now, exotic armor drop rates. Here's the big one, guys. When we built Legend and Master Lost Sectors in Beyond Light, we envisioned them with two main gameplay goals. The player should have a place to test their build solo against in-game content. The player should have a place to acquire new rolls of exotic armor with some amount of determinism. In the years since then, quite a few things have changed. While we left Lost Sectors uncapped for combat difficulty and Lightfall, unlike Nightfalls and Raids, we put them at the same activity level of other Legend and Master activities, knowing that players might struggle early in Season 20 but would eventually be able to level up and master it. Since we aren't raising the pinnacle cap in Season 21, players would start that season ready to attack them. However, we also realized we placed a lot of pressure on Lost Sectors as a source of exotic armor. We agree they aren't currently a great method for new players to acquire exotics from Beyond Lights and onward until they've played enough. And that, with the new activity level changes, they become even less welcoming to many players. We also agree that the utility utility for targeting specific drops has been getting less reliable as we add more exotics each season, and this will only continue. As such, we made some changes in a recent patch. We increased the exotic drop rate from both Legend and Master Low sectors. Note, you want to be careful about raising the drop rate too much at a time, and the activity itself will be getting easier and easier, especially in light of other changes coming. See below. Once most of the players' base completes their yearly power climb, we will again reevaluate completion
Dude,
times
I cannot
and
see
rates
shit
in
right
rewards.
now.
Honestly, guys, I thought they were going to be like, yo, public events are going to drop exotics. Lost sectors aren't the only exotic source in town, though. In an upcoming update, the Vex Strike Force events in the Vex Incursion Zone will drop a new piece of exotic armor if you have any left to collect. That is fantastic.
Sick.
On the
Yes.
knockout list. And no slots, with no slot limits like Lost Sectors have. If you don't have any exotic armor left to collect, it will drop a random exotic roll. That's great. The only problem I have with this is the spawn rate for the Vex Strike Force event. Guys, has that been fixed yet? You read it already, Cross? Oh my. We spoke too soon, man. Bungie's already made this adjustment. Look at there. Increase the spawn rate of Vex Strike Force events. It's still bad. It's still crap. All right. Well, everybody's saying it's still crap. Coming in Season 21, now that we come to some of the changes we'll focus on during the remainder of Season 20, let's look ahead. We've got more quality of life updates in the works for Season 21, in addition to the adjustments coming regarding ranks and combinations mentioned earlier. First up, let's hear from the Armor and Expression team about what's being added to build crafting next season. So, now new build crafting updates. We've completely revamped the Armor mod system and made a lot of changes to how build crafting works in Lifehome. As always, with such sweeping changes, we anticipate there will be reactions from the community that require us to make adjustments and additions. One of the most common pieces of feedback we've received on the new armor mod system is that players would like to better integrate their subclass and their armor mods by having a way to gain armor charge by picking up Stasis Shards, Wood Breaches, Fire Strikes, and Onyx Traces. Now, the artifact perk in Season 20 that allows you to do so with Fire Strikes is proven to be a popular one, so we decided on a more permanent solution that covers all subclasses, including Strand. Likewise, many players miss the ability to build into DNA to gain armor charge without having to get right up into the thick of things, while the increased number of ways to generate orbs of power warrants requiring Guardians to push forward into the combat arena to collect them and gain their armor charge. We do want to provide some ways for players to opt in to a more generous collecting method in build crafting. Yeah, or like some sort of like crafting method, and I don't think they can do that there with orbs. So we're adding 2 new armor mods in Season 21 to replace some key features that many players were missing from their pre-Lightfall builds. Powerful Attraction. When using your class ability, you collect all orbs of power within a radius determined by the number of copies of the mod you have equipped. Now, design note: the request for a Seeking Orbs mod that would allow orbs to track to you did not fall on deaf ears. However, adding such functionality to an object that is spawned as frequently in such numbers and for all fire team members, not just the creator, could create memory, performance, and latency issues. It's so interesting. So, as long as it's within a radius, one of it's a 1-to-1, from one mod to one orb. All right. Obviously, like hunters, you just run in and just dodge. Boom, pick up everything. You know what I mean? I wonder what that radius is. You know, if it's something like 6 meters, it's 15 meters. If you can go through walls, elemental charges. Collecting the subclass collectibles associated with your damage type, Fire Strikes, Onyx Traces, Stasis Shards, Void Breaches, has an escalating chance to grant you a stack of armor charge. And on Strand, this is granted by destroying tangles. Design note: the frequency of gaining a stack of armor charge is tuned differently for each collectible to account for the differences in frequency and volume creating these collectibles. I feel like Strand is going to be more guaranteed, whereas like Stasis, not so much. Orb creation is so easy. You have to go and actually pick those things up. Onyx Traces tracks to you. Stasis Shards, you can pick a fragment that makes it track to you. It's like Fire Strikes, Breaches, you have to go pick up yourself. So if that's the case, I feel like Onyx Traces and Stasis Shards are probably going to be the easiest to proc, and they track to you. It's probably going to be low probability of getting that armor charge. Looks like Fire Strikes, Void Breaches will be the next level with Strand. Alright. Additionally, we have a change coming to the Shoot to Loot weapon for 21. Shoot to Loot can be used to loot orbs of power in addition to ammo boxes. Design note, we did evaluate also having the perk allow you to collect fire sprites, station shards, and other subclass spawning objects, but technical limitations that made this unfeasible at this time. Holy hell. Guys, I've been preaching about shoot to loot for a long time. Primarily because we like to tease bosses and shoot to loot's really, really nice when you're in a G-spot. But now it will be meta. Now, as we mentioned shortly after Lightfall's launch, we're also bringing 3 new strand aspects to Lightfall's owners in Season 21 to open up even more build crafting possibilities. We'll have more to share on what to expect from these aspects as we get closer to the next season's launch. As a reminder, these will be Titan, Flechette, Flechette, Storm, Hunter, Threaded Spectre, Warlock, the Wanderer. I can't even remember what they already gave like a brief readout. But yes, we're getting new aspects.
Yes.
Now, artifact perk refunds. In Season 21, we're adding the ability to refund and apply individual artifact perks with a single click. We wanted to get this in for launch, but technical limitations prevented it until next season. This will make overall build crafting much faster, as you'll be able to adjust your passive perks on the fly without having to reset the entire artifact. You're still not going to be able to save your builds and it repurchase the artifacts. Say for instance, if I had a void-based build and I had bricks as my artifact that I have bought, if I had other artifact mods selected and not bricks, it's not going to be able to slot that out. But you'll be able to go in there and individually refund an artifact and repurchase another one. That's crazy. Still not going to track with loadouts, but still great change. Now, seasonal ritual schedule. We're constantly looking for new ways to improve our ritual schedule and have a couple of things that players have requested for a while that we feel great about trying. In week 1 of Season 21, we're planning to run Trials of Osiris. Since we won't have power raise of any type in Season 21, we can run Trials earlier than usual with a reasonable level playing field. We're hoping this can be an ongoing change. If it's a week where no raid is launching, no Iron Banner is running, and no significant power climb is introduced, we think we should run Trials of Osiris as early as possible. Alright then. We're gonna just open up with Trials. Yeah. I think that's great, guys. I mean, listen, I'm all about Bungie should blow their loads. Like when it comes to content, they should not have this trickle. You know what I mean? Blow your loads right at the front end. Get it all out there. Okay? Now, in week 4, Season 21, we're aiming to make Grandmaster Nightfalls available.
Do it.
The seasonal power climb, and with requirement level changes we added during Season 19, we believe we can successfully launch Grandmasters early. Note, this is only for the weekly Grandmaster. The Conqueror Gilding node is still planned to open up in week 7. This is fantastic. Below thy low. Okay, hold on. I know some of you are like, but I want the node now. But think about this. You could have already been doing GMs right now. You could have been already going for those adept weapons. Considering how many adept weapons we have in rotation, I think we need every week in a season. Because what's going to happen is, some of the weapons, if you don't get it within that 1 week that it's available, that's it. That's the only opportunity you get. Now, why even delay it? I don't know. I really don't know. But the point is, my main thing is I just care about the loot. And that's a week-to-week thing, right? That's a week-to-week thing. We could have already had an adept buzzard in our hands. All right. Exotic armor focusing. What is happening right now? We're adding exotic armor focusing to Raoul in Season 21. When this goes live,
this is big.
Ingrams, aside from the drops from activities that award exotics, that is Lost Sectors, Spec Strike Force, Nightfalls, will no longer auto-decrypt. These will sit in your Ingram inventory and can be focused at 2 different tiers. Jesus, look at the glimmer cost. And it's going to cost an Ascendant Shard. Look at that. Oh, wow. Red War Leg Decryption. Contains random exotic leg piece first discovered during the Red War. Now, Advanced Decryption. Focus an exotic item to a specific entitled release. Shadowkeep, Beyond Light, the Witch Queen, etc. Just like now, exotics that came out alongside seasonal releases are always included in the previously yearly entitlement. Gotcha. Cost is 1 exotic item, 1 Ascendant Shard, and 30,000 gold. Now look at this, guys. All right, so this is you if you just want to get a slew of things, right? And then down here, you go even more focused by getting 3 Ascendant shards.
Let's go,
double the
baby.
Glimmer, 60,000 Glimmer, and an exotic cipher, which... Okay, we're gonna get into this. Hold on, let's just keep going. Precision decryption. Directly focus the exotic armor that you want. Therefore, it will have a higher cost. 1 exotic armor, 3 Ascendant shards, 60,000 Glimmer, and 1 exotic cipher. Note, we plan to raise the exotic cipher stack limit from 1 to 5. Yes. Thank God. Now, as before, you'll still be able to decrypt them at Raoul with no focusing for free. Note that you can't get new pieces of exotic armor from focusing, so you'll need to collect them from the Vex Strike Force event or lost sectors in the meantime. In the future, we're looking to move acquiring new armor to a more accessible location. Guys, this is so good, damn it. I had a good role acting war rig. I got confused one day when deleting shit from my vault. I thought I was deleting...
Join the club.
I think it was Crest. I'm pretty sure I was deleting what I thought was Crest, and I deleted my Actium war rig. And in the process, I now have a 47 stat row Actium that I have to live with. But not next season. Oh, Zur has a quest every week that drops a cipher? No shit. How'd you not know this? Streamer, by the way. Yo. Hold up. I played the game. Okay, so I already have all the exotics, right? Exotic ciphers, that's just for you guys that you know that have not gotten everything.
For the plebs, as for us, the plebs.
And the one catastrophic error I made when deleting Actium war rig, I had no need for exotic ciphers. All right, so like the rest of the casuals, I too will now be making a trip to Zur every week. Okay, now more to come. We also have several more updates we think you'll love coming in Season 21, but we're saving the details for when we're closer to the reveal of the season. Here's a preview of a few. We're upgrading more than 15 of our lower performing exotic armors and rolling out balance changes to several others. Holy hell. Y'all ready for that that airborne effectiveness update to Fighting Lion? Yeah. We'll have some exciting news for players who enjoy improving their raid and dungeon exotic drop chances through triumphs. That is fantastic. We're taking a pass.
That's actually a good thing.
Friendly Vanguard bounties requiring specific weapon or ability kills and more. Thanks again to everyone who's been on this journey with us so far. Whether you're a new Lions or a 9-year veteran, as always, keep your feedback coming and let us know what you think about everything we covered today at our Destiny 2 team accounts. Yeah, check this out. We're upgrading more than 15 of our lower performing exotic armor and rolling out a balance change to several others. So they're going to be upgrading. So it sounds like they're going to be buffing in some sort of way. Hopefully it's not just AE changes.
Your return honors.
But they say, and rolling out balance changes to several others. If you want to know the exotic that's about to get hurt, everybody say bye-bye. I say bye.
Yep.
I don't know. I have not looked at any links.
It's getting nerfed, dude. I'm sorry. It's getting nerfed.
Yeah. I don't know about the other ones. Don't leak anything here, guys.
Listen,
I like to be super surprised.
I got into using Starfire Warlock.
Honestly, a fantastic article.
Just for contest mode for Ron, and even I can tell you that thing's gonna get fucking nerfed to the ground, man. I'm sorry. That thing is insanely powerful. That thing's gonna get nerfed to the fucking ground. Oh my god, with Zen Moment and Elemental. What the fuck? What? Oh my god. What? Oh my god. Yeah, now increases handling speed. Then you get this. You get a handling masterwork.
Take it. Till next time.
Okay. Yeah, it's getting nerfed to the ground. I'm sorry, guys. I know a lot of you. I know there's a lot of warlocks. I know. I respect you guys. I love you guys, especially in raids. You just. I just kind of like make sure I ad clear and I'll let you just DPS down the boss. That thing's gonna get nerfed to the ground. Well, I hope it doesn't get nerfed to the ground, but like, everyone wants a warlock, a Starfire warlock. I'm sorry, like when that's the exotic for your class to use and everyone expects you to use, like, and warlocks are getting kind of sick and tired of it too because they want like everything else. Like, they buffed the shit out, they nerfed the shit out of this. They didn't need to nerf it down to 5 seconds, but people still found ways around it. Like, you could have knocked it down to like 7 seconds. Or like 6 seconds or 8 seconds. 6 to like 8 seconds I think would have been fair. But then, you know, all of a sudden armamentarium becomes like incredibly powerful now too, right? So I don't know, man. Like, y'all gotta need to like figure this out. No, I think I'm gonna have to like bring this down just a little bit more. What do you think? That's actually pretty good. Yeah, that's actually good. I'm still trying to figure out all this stuff, so I apologize for all the pause ending to this too.
I'm loving everything I'm seeing here. I would say the exotic focusing is really good. The lost sector drops being increased, also a good change. And the fact that Vex Strike Force, if they can increase the cadence of that activity, that just being just a way to just kind of just, you know, we have a lot of exotics in the game. You imagine being a new light player or somebody that just picked up Destiny for the first time and you're like, dude, how in the world am I going to obtain all these exotics? And then on top of that, you know, a good 60-70% of them are shit. You see anybody jumping up for MKs? Eternal Warrior? Capri's? Nobody in here say Capri's meta. It's not meta. Stop. It is.
It's not meta.
I tried. Capri's isn't even.
Nah, it is absolutely not. Stop coping.
Anyways, guys, overall,
it's actually a good roll.
Change. It's really. I'm loving everything I'm seeing here. Season 21 is looking. It's looking good. I still think that Guardian ranks could be a little bit better. I think they gotta have a better, like a healing system of some sort. That's kind of a pat on the back for those that reach a certain threshold of their rank, whether it's even max rank or rank 11. Something to stand out from the player that got rank 11 4 times versus just once. You know, just my thoughts.
Slap that like button like your mama told you right.
All right, Zenacross, I appreciate the update. Man, these guys just watch their videos, man. They tell you everything that's going on. All right, let's see. Let's go to... Let's see. Bernie wants the rich people here. Let's go. Let me just add some videos to my watch later. Okay. NFL execs now. Lamar Jackson. Does Iron Banner corner true Vanguard? Iron Banner kind of sucks today. We'll add this by the Rational National too. Destiny and Abba make fun of Lav Loon. I think I actually have that video. All right, let's add this video to... Dude, I really do need to like grind out Ron. Ron is like one of the easiest raids to do, and I want that Rufus's Fury. I'm gonna grind out Ron like this weekend. Let me see if I can get... I'm just gonna be grind... That's all I'm gonna do on stream Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm just gonna be doing Ron. 3-day stream, folks. I might even do like a little bit of a subathon too. Get some people going for this. I actually kind of like this roll, to be honest with you. Wellspring. Kills with this weapon. Fully charged ability. Now I can use it as an upgrade. This I'm not the biggest fan of. Too. I got better scout rifles, to be honest with you. This isn't like that great. Let me... For an energy weapon, I might as well just bring up the BXR Battler. Okay. Come here. All right, let's start playing these videos so I can react to them. So save this to watch later. I might watch later.
Twitch shamelessly. Oh, wow. Twitch and being shameless. What a surprise. Can you believe this?
I actually do
Twitch
want
is
that.
being shameless, and they're stealing money from people for their sponsorships. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. We're testing new experiences to connect streamers and brands by making sponsored streams easier to work for our community. We're in the early stages of seeing what works, but we want to give you a sneak peek. This month, you may start seeing sponsored streams, including streamer-read ads, support streamers in delivering branded talking points live across multiple streams.
Okay.
This test is in part ongoing work to help streamers deliver ads natively in-stream themselves. Okay. Sub codes that let brands pay for subs and share the codes with viewers.
I forgot to bring this up.
Viewers redeem the codes on Twitch and receive tokens that they can use to subscribe to their favorite channels. Cool. Sponsored gifted subs allows brands to buy and gift subs and chat to viewers at scale. With both, we're testing new ways for brands to fuel streamer earnings. Sponsored sub discounts will offer sub-timber like discounts for subscriptions on individual channel subs. Just like September, brands sponsor these discounts, allowing streamers to receive the regular payout for subs, even though viewers pay a reduced rate. That's pretty nice. All these very early experiments, the goal of finding what works best for streamers, depending on the feedback. Okay, and so let's see what the comments are.
Did you show the darkness what light can do?
Well, that doesn't look good at all. I don't think she likes it. Nobody's gonna stop to read this. No thanks, I manage sponsorships and the income personally derived on that work myself. Cute idea though. While this makes things more streamlined for some people, it honestly sounds like you're just trying to take a cut from sponsored content, unless I'm misreading something.
Oh shit, that's actually...
Doubling down on 50-50 split right now makes Twitch feel out of touch with partners and affiliates that have longevity on the site, although it's hard to see what these values will be. Twitch should focus on expanding Twitch Turbo. I definitely agree with this. Increasing sub revenue split, definitely agree with this. Increasing bit rate, I mostly agree with this. Better viewer, yeah, this is what they need. Absolutely, these things matter. Why do I want to give 50% of my sponsorship money to Twitch? This confused me greatly. So, hopefully they won't be mad. Twitch talked to me about this feature, and I gave them feedback and consulted with them about it. It has nothing to do with taking streamers' existing subs and existing sponsorships. It has literally nothing to do with it. I'm not going to explain anymore because, like, you know, but yeah, it has nothing to do with it. That seems obvious. Yeah, it's completely separate. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro, or wait and see. Whichever one you prefer. I'm not going to explain, but no. I mean, like, listen. Like, maybe I'm lying. Maybe I'm lying. Maybe they lied to me. Maybe they're going to take everybody's sponsorship money. Maybe that's going to happen. But that's not what I talked to them about. That's
I actually like that roll. Lead from gold and choke clip.
And I highly doubt that's what they're going to do.
I don't have to worry about special ammo.
People ask me to, like, do stuff. It's because I don't just go and run my mouth about all the little details about it. I could explain, like, everything about it, but in general, I think it's a good idea. I do. And I again, if it comes out and it's bad, I'm gonna look like a fucking idiot, right? So let's wait and see. And if I look like a fucking idiot, it won't be the first time and it won't be the last. But yeah, that's not what it is. I will tell you this. If they were taking sponsorship money, I would say like 80% probably move to another platform, probably kick. Like, if they started taking, like, sponsorship money for sponsors that I did on my stream that I got on my own, like, I would say like 80, 90, probably 100% if they started actually doing that. Like, I don't like to ever write blank checks, but, like, yeah. Absolutely. This is the first step, and there's more to come. I think I'll let them explain. Yeah, that's really what I would say. I'll let them explain. A lot of words from Twitch, just to be middleman for getting money for nothing. That's actually not true. So a lot of people think that it's money for nothing. So I think a lot of people that building and developing a relationship with a brand and a partner takes a lot of time and effort, and just like not just time in terms of that specific deal, but time in terms of like building trust. And if Twitch is able to create that, the value that they provide is not having to worry about talking to the brand, interacting with the brand, emailing back and forth, negotiating a price, figuring out a time, deciding on deliverables. There are a million fucking things that you don't have to do. Like, I have an agent and they get a percentage of the money that I make. And you know what? I think that's fucking great, because I never have to talk to them. If there's a problem, it gets solved. It's totally fucking fine. So you can say that being a middleman is getting money for nothing, but I don't think that's true at all. Doing a lot of this work and making it easier for other people is actually a tremendous value. And again, you might think that it's nothing, but you can't look at value as an object. Value is sometimes intangible, like the time that you spend doing something that somebody else doesn't have to spend doing it. That's why, for example, pre-built computers sell well. That's also another reason why people pay for oil changes. It's the reason why people pay other people to mow their lawn. And again, it's a mixture of peace of mind, expertise, and opportunity cost. So you don't have to worry about it being done incorrectly or something going wrong whenever somebody else is contracted to do it. Number two, it sometimes is just cheaper to do that overall than spending your time. That's the opportunity cost. And also, you're not stressed out about it. I think I just made 1 point twice, but overall, there's a lot of advantages.
We got you, buddy.
And you don't have to spend the time investing into doing this. You can do what you're good at, and then somebody else can do what they're good at. Like a video editor. I think that's another example for that. Or, buying vegetables at the store. You could grow them in your backyard. Absolutely. A lot of people do. Some people grow certain vegetables in their backyard. But there is a lot of people that don't. And they just go to the store and they buy them. So I think that providing that type of a value is extremely important and helps out a lot. So yeah, that's why services can be immensely valuable. Yeah, I know. Guess how bad the split's gonna be though? Let's assume it's 50-50, okay? Which I don't know what they're gonna do on the back end. And I really mean this, I have no idea. I think it probably depends on each individual deal. There's probably a million different variables. So if it's 50-50, and this person, let's say they make $5,000, and the brand and Twitch makes $5,000. If this person is able to do something that is relatively no effort, low lift for them, and this person says, "Hey, do you want to make $5,000 and I'll make $5,000? I created this opportunity. You take advantage of it, and we'll split the money." Well,
this should be interesting.
Totally fair. Because if a streamer isn't happy with that price, they can go and try to find the price somewhere else. They can, hire an agent to try to curate a better deal. They can just simply not choose to do it. So I actually don't think the percentage matters really all that much.
Obviously, you need some sort of audience for this deal to get through. So I wouldn't be contacted anytime soon by them.
For example, there's a lot of people that doing something for 50% would not be good, but there are some people that it would be good for them because they simply don't want to put any effort into it at all, and all they have to do is click a button, something pops up on the screen, or it's some sort of fucking advertisement, and they don't have to worry at all. So the value that creates is not a defined number. And I think the best thing about having and I think this is a free market, because Twitch is not saying that you can't have your own sponsorships with this. They're not saying that at all. So you can curate a sponsorship for the exact same thing at a higher price point if you choose to. There's no market control. There's nothing. This is completely fair. So yeah, it matters. You don't see a big picture.
I need to look into this, because this is maybe something I might want to get into. So Twitch, if you want to experiment with me, hit up the most roguish of heels.
Because that's what's happening. Everyone's going to go to them. Well, thank you very much, Mr. 47, I think 47 followers or something like that. That's not true. How do we know that's not true? Because bounties are for video games, and streamers still get bounties for video. They still get sponsorships for video games.
Banner.
So, like, just by using your own logic,
I will
it
show
doesn't even
up.
make sense.
And once again, this is happening.
So we already have this existing already, but that's not happening. So then what's the problem? And also think about it from the business's perspective. Okay, let's look at this logically. All right. So,
I think this is a good one for like a pulse rifle.
Let's see here. Let's say $10,000, $5,000 to Twitch, $5,000 to streamer. Okay, and then second one is going to be $8,000, and let's say it's going to be $6,000 to streamer, $2,000 to agent. Which one do you think? Which one do you think the brand is going to want to go with? Do you think they're going to want to go with paying $10,000?
Fucking
or do you think they're
osteo.
going to want to go with paying $8,000? Well, they're going to go to want to pay with $8,000. So that means that if Twitch is taking a large enough percentage, and that percentage becomes so bad that people are seeking deals independently and not taking Twitch's deals, again, this is a free market, by the way. Isn't it great? People can just simply curate them themselves. Isn't that nice? Why are you saying it's ethical for Twitch to take 50% sponsor money, but you never pay your agent or editor 50% of profits? Well, come on, bro. I think that there would be a lot of things that I would be willing to go 50-50 on people, with people on. Absolutely. It just depends on what it is.
Yes.
And also because it depends on what the deal is. Also, you don't know how much my agents get, and you also don't know how much my editors get.
There we go.
I find that to be very interesting that you somehow know more about this than anybody else publicly. The reason why it's ethical is because you are entering
This
into
thing's
the
a fucking
contract
laser, dude.
voluntarily. Do you understand that? So it's ethical because you chose to take the deal at that price. It's a mutual agreement that was arrived upon between adults that are consenting to the deal. That's not how it works. Okay, so how do you think it works? Take our deal or fuck off is not ethical. There's no room for negotiation here. There's no room for negotiation at Walmart. There's no room for negotiation at mini services and mini.
Somebody's behind us.
Negotiation is not mandatory for something to be ethical. That is insane. It doesn't make any sense. No more direct partnerships allowed, only Twitch though. Where did that come from? Where did Twitch say that? Rules out sponsored content out of the platform. Where did Twitch say that? Wouldn't it depend on experience, considering the considerable amount of consumer protections available, depending on the country? Well, it depends on what you're talking about. Like a box store, I never said they say it. I guess it can happen. Well, yeah, Twitch can also ban people for, like...
Oh my God.
I don't know, they can ban people for playing a video game. Like, they could say tomorrow, like, anybody who's playing League is fucking banned. Like, what ifs? Like, I don't want to deal with what ifs. How is it financially beneficial for Twitch to do that? It's not. It doesn't make sense.
Fuck.
It's bottom line deal with streamers. Streamers, what's this here with
Come on.
connections and stuff? Can work elsewhere.
Finish them off, buddy.
Like working at Wendy's, so looking for a better job. I could have interpreted it wrong though.
Be vigilant. The flames have gone cold.
It's a bottom line deal for streamers. Yeah, it is. I assume that you could probably get many better deals if you did it on your own with your agents. Sure. Absolutely. But I think that a lot of people might vastly underestimate being able to click a button for a bounty and then instantly make money with no strings attached, no
that was my fault being
signed,
stupid.
no meetings done, no debrief needed. You just simply do it and that's it. That is an extremely high, massive fucking value. And if you don't understand why that is a value, then I would encourage you to go and seek them out yourself, because maybe that's what you should do. But it's a lot more. Yes, it's more work. It is.
The howls are quiet. Return to the fight.
Yeah, absolutely the best part of being a partner, no doubt. Yeah, there you go.
Fuck.
People are concerned in direct sponsorship.
So
to,
stupid.
pick the Twitch option over them. It would be value or KPI for sponsors. Maybe they should do better. Yeah, more for small streamers that can't make the deal with companies like McDonald's on their own. Yeah, and that's why I think it's. I thought it was a good idea. This could also benefit streamers. Oh, it's massively beneficial for streamers. I think this is a very good thing for streamers. There are a lot of people who are, and I can understand why. Twitch has a very bad public reputation. They just recently cut people's earnings from 70% to 50%. So big surprise, they announced that we're going to be doing partnerships for people, and everybody's like, well, fuck you. You're going to steal our money again. Why do they think that? Because that's what Twitch has been doing. It makes sense. It's not crazy at all. Yeah, and they also don't take half your tips. You're getting more than 50% technically. Oh yeah, of course you are. We could also make getting Twitch sponsor more accessible for smaller streamers, and bigger streamers would be getting them elsewhere. Yeah, exactly. And I'll explain why it's better for smaller streamers than it is for bigger streamers. I think bigger streamers.
Finish him off. Finish him off. He's low. He's low. There you go.
Ease of access for certain people that are super lazy. So let's say you're an agent. So most agents operate.
Oh, sorry about that.
Operate on percentage.
Oh, hey man,
right?
I appreciate.
So that means
in your
that
game. Hey, I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Between it can be like 10%.
A wall as well. Everything's good
like
here.
30-40% based off of what the deal.
Just chilling, playing some Iron Banner, watching some random videos. Come by, chill out. If you just want to like have like a chill stream.
5% is rare, but it does exist depending on what the deal is.
Oh no, need the pulse.
So
nope. They saw me. They saw me. Drop it.
Sometimes 5%.
No, that was bad.
In my experience, and again, somebody might have different experience. So the point is that
I'm fucking behind.
Let's say if you're
Shit.
a streamer and you
I
have
was not paying
10,000
attention.
viewers and you're making $100,000.
Also, like my chat.
Okay, actually,
I don't know why it's like showing up. I hate like this fucking chat, man, for restream.
Okay.
Sorry. Let me pause. I hate like this chat for like restream. It's so like inconsistent.
The flames are lit, and you are the
Oh shh. Not that way. I love this gun, but like the handling fucking sucks. Fuck. Did we get him? No, we didn't get him. Fuck. Fuck. I probably should be using the battler this, but like I really think this gun has potential. It might have been like a last season thing. No, that fucking roof is fury, man. Damn it.
30 seconds.
This might be like more of an auto rifle match. Let me see. Do I dare use the immortal? This is not even. I couldn't go flawless last trials too. I should have ran trials, man, when it was out last week. That's my fault. Fuck, man.
10 seconds.
Fuck me. Shit. I want this gun to work too, especially with these perks. Maybe I gotta take out rapid hit. But head seekers should be like fucking proccing all the time with the body shots. That's the only thing. I don't know. We'll keep running it too. But it really should. I think I really need to be running the fusion too. I definitely need like a fusion up top here too. Now I got Battle Royal. I had the oh shit, what's that Trials fusion? I forgot the name of it. I really should be running this. People were getting me with the Battler too. It was yeah, GG man, I appreciate the game. This thing was crushing last season too. I have to play a little bit back. I was playing way too aggressively with this pulse. It's better in the back too, man. I don't want to run the immortal though. Maybe this. I got grind out. I'm gonna grind out Ron Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so I can get the Rufus's Fury and whatever that trace rifle's called too. This is okay. The impact's low too. It's not a bad roll too. Zen Moment, Elemental Capacitor, Ricochet rounds, Arrowhead Break. The thing shoots like a laser. I just don't know. It's the only thing. You know what? I'm just gonna keep it like right here. We'll go ahead and just like rock Asmongold now.
Let's say the agent makes 10% of that. That's $25,000, right? Very simple.
Kinetic
So that's the agent
Surge.
payout. And
all right, we're gonna rock. Where's Stasis Surge?
so let's say you're a smaller streamer and you have 131.
I don't even have like the roll for this too.
Average viewers, okay? Or sorry, 121. We'll do 131 average viewers, and the amount of
That's
money
not that likely suspect.
per year is 36,000. Let's say like 15,000. No, $13,000. Let's make it simple. $13,000. You do it part time, and that's it. Agent payout. Let's say they're getting 10% of that.
Yep.
$1,300. Do you think that somebody is going to want to work year-round for a $1,300 payout?
Banner.
No. So that's why a lot of smaller streamers don't
we got
have
Jotun,
agents, and they're not represented.
DFA,
Now, Twitch solves this problem with bounties, and bounties are tremendously valuable for small streamers.
And
bounties
then
make the difference
no
between
time.
streamers that are smaller being able to pay rent and not pay rent. And that's something that's curated and created by Twitch. So
no, we're gonna go this way.
agents have multiple streamers too. They do have multiple streamers, but inside of every, and you're right. So like you can min max that to an extent, but you can't min max it to where it's like a one size fits all. You have to do individual deals. It's very boring. I've dealt with this. Like think about it, right? Like I've done this for so long. Like I actually know a pretty good amount about this. So this is massive. And I think that this is why it's going to be massively beneficial for small streamers.
Oh, they're going to be over here somewhere.
Mid-sized streamers, this this change could
all right,
be.
Asmongold, I gotta like pause you, dude. I'm sorry. Like if I'm doing like, fuck. Come on, stick your head out. Stick your head out. Got you. Fuck, I saw the trip mine go out too. I should have moved quicker. I was too slow. Gotcha. All right, they're all going to be in the back. Got him. Shit, that was such a bad grenade. Go, 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 go. All right. Why did I have my fusion rifle out for a long distance fight? Shit. So stupid. Yeah, but I'm doing work on this map with disparity. So pulse rifle map. Same guy with the trip mine. Same guy with the trip mine. Oh, Get him, he's low. No chase. I was outside the... Wasn't I outside the vortex?
Now you are the wolf. Finish the hunt. The howls are quiet.
I can see why people were complaining about, like, this week. Like, the whole... Oh my god, it fucking bounced off. Bro, I hate that. The physics were like the grenades and whatnot. I should be able to shoot through and... Got him. Shit, I had too much flinch. Also, I don't know why I was like jumping like that too. I should have just like went at him too. I should have changed out my weapon.
You are in control. Show them what that means. The hunt has ended.
Oh, he got me with a golden gun.
Finish the hunt. The flames have gone cold. The flames have ignited. Let the wolves hunt.
Dude, I don't think I'm able to like shoot through fucking people.
Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over.
Got him.
3 minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have...
Where are they? Where are they? Yeah, I'm not gonna go fucking... Ah, he got me. 100 melee. Shotgun, 100 melee. That thing's always dangerous.
Hear the howls and no fear. The flames have gone cold.
Oh, I didn't have him for the fusion rifle.
The wolves howl may be the last thing you hear.
There we go, baby.
Another hunt will come soon.
Got me with the Gnora's axe. Same hunter too. That's getting me every single time.
One minute. Victory is within your grasp. Fight.
I thought I can get him too. I need a good hand cannon for the 2-tap. This thing's not exactly built for PvP either. No, got him.
Good.
Boom. We got another good roll in the autumn wind. No, we got a rangefinder. That's not bad. I wouldn't get range. Well, that's not bad, to be honest with you.
I think it could be unironically life-changing for them, in the same way that bounties were unironically life-changing for multiple streamers. So I'm very much in support of this in the way
bounties
that I
are
understand
good.
it. and I hope
I did
Twitch
not
rolls it
perform
out
well.
in a way that's fair to everybody. As I
Yeah,
said,
I was at the
consulted
bottom.
with them
Look
on
at
this.
that.
I don't wanna
8
talk
guys
about the
defeated.
details
I
because
was
want
not
them to
playing
keep
well
asking me,
whatsoever.
but I'm in complete support of this based off of my understanding of it and also based off of what their public explanation of it is. So there we go. Pretty much great for everyone except the agents. Well, it's actually also fine for the agents. The reason why it's fine for the agents is because the agents are never going to be getting this money anyway. If you're a 130 viewer average streamer, you don't probably have an agent. So it doesn't really matter.
True. That is true.
You see what I'm saying?
I might just drop this in. I really want the disparity to be good. It was good last season.
So the agents aren't
But I don't
necessarily
know.
now you could make an argument that
You got
advertising-
Autumn Wind now. I mean, you got Autumn Wind, the rapid fire. The rapid fire frames, I absolutely love. I love the rapid fire frames. I think they're some of the best PvP weapons in the game. Just the time to kill on this is like insane, man. I don't know, dude. Just don't know. Let me go ahead, configure the video again. My webcam. Oh, no. Let's do that. And I just have to, you know, the problem is, it's this chair. This chair sucks. And every time I try to say, I just gotta fix my posture. For as long as I fix my posture, it's fine.
Iron Banner.
All right, let me do one more game with the disparity. See how that works. Unironically, that whatever, I forget what that pulse rifle is called. Not the pulse rifle. That auto rifle, the new one from Lightfall is called, but it is really good in PvP too. Got him. I got lucky. He fucking missed me with all those shots. Oh my god. I had him too. Finish him off. Finish him off.
Things yours. Relish this time.
Dude, I thought I had him too.
The hunt has ended.
Oh, he was just there. He was just there chilling out. He was like, oh shit. All right, let me go back to my... Got him. Come on, give me that radar. Fuck, he got me. I Kelos too, right? Yep. Finish him off. There we go, boys. Good job, boys. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Yeah. The time to kill on this is not that great. If you're hitting all like precision shots, no, last dance. All right. I love my pulse rifles and shit. Outbreak perfected, yeah. I love my pulse rifles, man, in PvP. Shit. I was not hitting anything.
It's not the end. Be vigilant. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over.
So over there in the back. He got me though with controlled demolition. All right. Got him. I should have put it on an overshield.
Now you are the wolf. Finish the hunt. Another hunt will come soon. Everything is yours. Relish this time.
Damn, man. Got me again with the outbreak perfected. Maybe I should be using something like that. Alright, I think after this match, I'll go ahead and head back to and look at my vault. I'm not hitting the shots. That's the only thing.
3 minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have them.
The adept version of the immortal. Fuck, man. I do have a better roll of this gun too. All right, I'll take a trade there. I am just gonna be grinding out like Iron Banner.
You are in control. Show them what that means. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. Now you are the hunted.
He's like right there too.
Good counter. Now hit them again. Another hunt will come soon.
Oh, he got me with the chaperone. Revenge. I knew he was there. Popped up on my map just a tiny bit. Wall there.
Don't let your guard down. 1 minute. Victory is within your grasp. Fight. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over.
Yes. That wasn't a great grenade either. Fuck that shield.
30 seconds. Stay on them. Keep the pressure on. It's almost over.
Oh, from behind. Okay. I was like, whoa, what happened?
Guardian, crush them.
Oh, nope.
That's it.
Royal executioner. Good shit, boys.
The original Iron Lords may be gone.
Good shit. Well, I'm gonna head back to the helm. And yes, I know I can use them, but I like showing it on stream. Dude, he is kitted the fuck out. God damn. Oh, you're giving this I can't give combinations? Okay. That's a lot better. This guy was killing it. Gentle mayhem. Yeah. All right, let's go put back Asmongold here for a second.
Budgets could be allocated differently, but oftentimes advertising budgets are mostly top heavy, meaning that, like, you know, you're advertising with like a few larger streamers that can convert you know, sales well versus a handful, you know, like just a million other people. If Twitch makes it easy for companies to get sponsorships, they can cut agent out of the middle. No. Not necessarily, because a lot of larger sponsorships are very nuanced, and there's a lot that goes on behind that. So you're right that obviously for smaller streamers this is true, but whenever you have a much larger streamer that's creating like a deal, like for example, like I did the RuneScape sponsorship a couple of years ago. That was a complex deal. I did the New World sponsorship. That was a complex deal that things went back and forth on multiple times. And you know, they were everybody, like, I've never had a sponsorship with the people at the end of it were not very happy about it. But like the nuances of that happen a lot.
Okay. I'm gonna be vaulting disparity
like
for a while.
And you know, personalized whenever you have like a larger content creator, and I think that's it. Still talking about this? Yeah, I am. It's interesting to me. Because you're massive? Exactly, and that's why agents are not going to be afraid of this. That's why it doesn't hurt agents.
That's why it doesn't hurt to have an agent when you're larger.
Some agents will end up losing revenue due to this, but for creators, it's mostly all positives. Yeah, I mean, I think that could probably happen. I can't say that no agent will ever lose revenue off of it. I can say that probably, you know, like my guy probably would not. I'll tell you that. It's probably not going to happen.
You know, they said this would never happen. So, you know, if they didn't know, now they know.
Working class and young voters led Brandon Johnson to a huge victory in Chicago last night to become the next mayor of the city.
Yeah, this is a much better role.
This was a stunning victory for a number of reasons. So I'm going to get into his speech. I'm going to show you the results. I'm going to get into an appearance on CNN that he made this morning with the framing of CNN's questions. They're just amazing as always. So I'll get to that. But Johnson did a very good job in that interview as well. So I'm going to show you all of this. This is really one of the rare, clear victories for the working class, especially in a major city like this. You normally don't get a candidate like Brandon Johnson running for mayor in a place like Chicago. But this was a major victory for a number of reasons. I'll get to that shortly. First, before I get to anything, I do want to say that I am going to cover the results of the Supreme Court race in Wisconsin as well. That is a
big
whole
win
other
for
amazing story. So I was
Democrats,
going to
liberals.
this video, you see the tab up here, but I'm going to make it its own separate video. If you are not subscribed, make sure you hit subscribe right here. And when you do that, you can go down and hit the all bell notification icon.
Let me go ahead and just plug all my socials right now, because it's all there too. Got TikToks out now for both for Brandon Johnson winning the Chicago mayoral race. Congratulations to him again. And for Janet Protiaskowicz, I think. Oh my God, I'm like butchering her name, but yes, she won. She won as well over in Wisconsin, that Supreme Court seat. That flips the Supreme Court in Wisconsin from conservative to liberal. Over the last 15 years, it's been staunchly conservative. They have done a horrible job, especially with gerrymandering. We're going to actually get fair gerrymandered maps, and there's a possibility that 1849, if I'm not mistaken, abortion law is going to come off. It's going to get ruled down, or ruled as unconstitutional, or most likely is going to get challenged as a violation of the Wisconsin Constitution. So we'll see what happens there too. But good thing too. Good things are happening in Wisconsin. I have a good feeling that Wisconsin is going to go blue. It's very much a purple state, but I have a good feeling that's going to go blue in the coming years. And this is the first chain amongst many where I think the country is heading now in the right direction. Like these two things, Janet winning, I think that was a good shot considering her Dan Kelly's a fucking nutter too, who's taking a lot of dark money. But I think that Janet winning, along with Brandon Johnson winning, is a good step for the country overall, and I think it's a good thing for Democrats going to 2024 as well. So, well, we'll just see what happens.
To be notified of all the videos that go up, so you'll be notified when the next video goes up, and this helps the algorithm, helps me, it also helps you. You get to see these videos before anyone else does. These notifications go up before the video even shows up on the public page, so you get to see these videos first. But let me get to this race, this amazing result. So Brandon Johnson elected mayor of Chicago. Result came in at 10:51 p.m. Eastern last night. These are the results here. Johnson at 51.42 to Paul Vallas at 48.58. So Johnson is a county commissioner, a former public school teacher, a former school teacher organizer, and endorsed, of course, by the Chicago Teachers Union, as well as Bernie Sanders. Paul Vallas, on the other hand, complete opposite. So he's a former Chicago schools executive who ran a tough on crime message and was endorsed by the police union. So there is a larger message in this race for the Democratic Party as a whole. And I'm going to get to more clarity on that.
This is going to turn into like let's shit on the Democratic Party,
Democrats.
okay?
Paul Vallas, though, a much more conservative Democrat, and also
and that's even like called into question too. He's taking a lot of dark money from like Republican donors, like millionaires, billionaires too. And he's really like wrecked schools anywhere he's gone. Did in Chicago in the 90s, the most famous ones in Louisiana, when he was making cuts after cuts after cuts. And it's just some of the things that he implemented it really disenfranchised like poorer students too, and it made it harder to be a student there too, and it was at the detriment of like those students and for those teachers as well over the long term. And it's really devastated schools in Chicago and in Louisiana too. And really was really pushing for like the public school system is no good, so I'm going to defund it even more to show you how like not good it is, and we need to privatize the school system, and we're going to push for homeschooling, which has been the Republican agenda, conservative agenda for years, which would hurt you, the middle class and poorer parents too, because public school education ensures that you, the parents, don't have to pay out of pocket for schools outside of like school supplies and lunches, where in most states now free lunches are going to be a thing now for students. So, and no offense, if you want to homeschool your kids, you can go ahead and homeschool them. I got no problem. But guess what? Most parents are in households where both parents work. Who has the time to take care of their kids and teach them while holding down a job as well? Not very many, unless you're very rich. By the way, the uber rich also benefit from like the public school system too, and some of them actually do send their kids to public school, but because in those counties where they tend to congregate and where they live in, the public schools there, since our school systems are funded by taxpayer dollars, specifically by your property taxes, guess what? If you live in a very wealthy district, guess what? The schools there are going to be pretty good. And there's plenty of examples around the country, especially conservative areas too, where the public school system there is absolutely phenomenal, because the people who live in that county are exceptionally wealthy, and they not only do pay high property taxes, because they do, but they also donate quite a bit to that school as well. Don't know what to tell you.
Just being on the right. So the Democratic label doesn't really fit Vallas, though you could argue a lot of Democrats do share his perspective when it comes to how to address crime, even though what they try and present has not actually led to any results. But I'll get to more on that. So just a great image here of Brandon Johnson holding Bernie's new book. It's okay to be angry about capitalism. Again, Johnson really is a rare case in that he's someone who's actually of the working class, an actual union organizer, winning a major mayoral race for a massive city like Chicago. It's hard to really communicate how big of a victory this is. So I am really looking forward to seeing
what am I
Johnson
doing?
can do as a mayor. But the money race, of course, was also weighted to one side. So Vallis raised more than $19 million, about $8 million more than Johnson has raised, and outspent Johnson by a nearly 2-to-1 margin on television ads. Johnson's campaign had said in recent weeks that it was planning to go on the offensive with heavier spending in the closing days of the race, though Vallis has clearly had an advantage throughout the cycle. So the money advantage on Vallis' side, of course, Vallis being
They not
backed
help him
by
in the long run, though.
establishment, had a lot of support from corporations, as well as, of course, I said the police union, your more conservative leaning folks that are wealthier. So this was a race that,
Correct me if I'm wrong, like prior to the actual like general election, didn't Ron DeSantis like speak on behalf of, not on behalf of Vallis, but the Fraternal Order of Police down in Chicago, and then Johnson very intelligently connected that to Vallis and said like Vallis has uncomfortable relationships with Republicans, which goes against like the Democratic Party and Democratic norms. So that really was in his favor too, and it was a very smart political move on his part too. And I think that resonated quite a bit with people in Chicago. I know Vallis immediately, I forget the word, he came out against like Ron DeSantis, especially speaking to the Fraternal Order too. Also, like I think it was the current superintendent of police Chicago says that like a couple thousand of them are gonna go and quit. The Kyle Kulinski video like talked about it briefly too. But like, how are you gonna hold up the city of Chicago hostage like that too? Also, if you think that like people in Chicago are gonna appreciate that too, like putting their safety at risk just because like you don't like the next you don't like the fact that like somebody's running for mayor could possibly win it, and that should tell you something too. If you, to the people in Chicago, and I think it did tell them something too, the fact that the police are willing to quit just because they don't like who the new mayor could possibly be should tell you that that person is probably going to make substantial changes to the police that are necessary, frankly, and is probably can actually get the job done. So if you're not happy with how policing is in Chicago, you should go ahead and vote. You probably already did, but voted for like Brandon Johnson then. Like, and if you're a police officer, you shouldn't, even if you're just even if you fundamentally disagree with the guy, you can speak to the person and like try to negotiate something too. Now, you have a union, you can go on strike, you can do this thing too. I know it's an uncomfortable thing too, but it's there too. And I'm all for it if the police want to do that. They're not happy with it too. But like, you can't just like go and say, we're just going to quit. Okay, then I'm just going to go ahead and hire brand new police officers and get a new superintendent then. Which he is going to appoint a new superintendent as well. I think the current superintendent actually just resigned. Correct me if I'm wrong about that, because he didn't want to get fired by Johnson. But dude, how are you gonna do that, man? How are you gonna do that?
Was weighted against
hold the city hostage like
Johnson.
that.
And despite that, the working class and the youth turnout led him to victory. So on the youth turnout point, Amy Kin here with this. There's been a jump in young voter turnout from the February election to the runoff as the preliminary turnout data from 7 p.m. tonight. So a 32% jump, 5K more ballots cast from the 18 to 24 age range, and 24% jump, 17,000 more ballots from the 25 to 34 age range. Young people, when they have someone that excites them, they come
out and vote.
This is one of the lessons coming out from this race. You have someone in Johnson who actually spoke to the needs of working class people, including young voters, of course, and that encouraged a lot of these people to come out and vote in this race. Where normally, you know, if you had two just basic Democrats, two corporate Democrats running in this race, I don't think you would have seen this kind of turnout. But because Johnson is an exciting candidate, you had people come out. Now let's get to some clips from this speech. So I will link to the full speech below the video. It's about 17 minutes long here, but I clipped this up to some great moments that he delivered last night.
Now, you've heard me say this before, Chicago. Well, you're going to keep hearing it because the heart of this movement has always been about investing in people. But I know what it's like to come home and your water is not on. I know what it's like to come home and thank God for a long orange extension cord from your window to your neighbor's window. But I also know what it's like to teach in Cabrini Green, where my students can see one of the wealthiest neighborhoods from their back window, but out of their front windows, bulldozers stare them down, preparing to destroy their public housing. I know what I'm talking about when people rely upon public transportation, and because it is not reliable, people have lost their jobs because of an unreliable, unsafe transportation system. So when I talk about investing in people, I know what I'm talking about. For too many people in the city of Chicago, we recognize value, but for too many of us, we don't believe that we deserve it. That changes under a Johnson administration. It was right here in the city of Chicago that Martin Luther King Jr. organized for justice, dreaming that one day that the civil rights movement and the labor rights movement will come together. Well, Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., the civil rights movement and the labor rights movement has finally collided. We are experiencing the very dream of the greatest man who ever walked the earth. So I believe since we are taking steps to figure it out here, let's take this bold progressive movement around these United States of America. Today, the dream is alive. And so today, we celebrate the revival and the resurrection of the city of Chicago. It is time for Chicago to come alive. Come alive, Chicago. My name is Brandon Johnson, and I can't wait to be sworn in as the next mayor of the greatest city in the world.
There's usually somebody
Fantastic
there.
Speech, amazing energy, great message. This combining of the labor movement with the civil rights movement, this is how Democrats can win all across the country. This is what you have to do. And the reason why they have not done that is because
take them down.
Because of the moneyed interests that have funded many of these Democratic campaigns. Corporations, the wealthy, funding those campaigns, putting all this money into these races to eliminate people like Brandon Johnson. Yet still, despite all that, despite being down in money, he came and won in this race, delivering a message of hope, a working class message, a message of being together with unions, pushing labor rights, civil rights.
Damn, they got us, man.
This is a fantastic candidate, and again, I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do in Chicago. But this is how the media has tried to go after him, and you're going to see when I get to the CNN clip as well. This is what they always do. Oh, you're on the left? You support defund the police, which is very scary because all this crime is happening and you want to defund the police, which if not enough policing was the problem, then why isn't the current situation better? Like if that really is the issue, a lack of funding for police, then why has all the funding been put into police over the past decades and not solved the problem? Because policing
Graviton lands.
A lack of policing isn't the issue here. The issue is a lack of funding into these communities. So one example of how the media tried to frame this whole debate is here from Axios from March 17th. Defund the police, dogs Chicago mayoral candidate Brandon Johnson. Yeah, this is what he supports here. Johnson, who pushed to divert funds from police to social services in 2020, a very obvious thing that I've discussed many times on this channel, told Axios at our mayoral forum last month that he hasn't changed his position on police funding. He also told Block Club this week that his vision for public safety doesn't include defunding the police, quote, but what I am committed to is to make sure that we are actually investing in a smart way, he said, adding that we are asking too much of law enforcement. Also a point that I have made on
Good job, boys.
This is a good way to frame this issue. If you think the quote or the slogan defund the police is too scary, and maybe for some people it is, all this is about diverting money from police to social services, because the current structure, the current framing, the focus of putting all the money into policing clearly hasn't worked. How about investing into people that have been divested?
Yeah, the impact on the Immortals like so much higher.
Johnson introduced a non-binding resolution on the Cook County Board promising to steer funds from police to social services. So the media takes this and turns into, oh, he wants to defund the police. Oh, crime's going to get so much worse. Because policing has helped up to this point? Come on. But you see more of that here on CNN. So check out this interview with Don Lemon. This is after his victory, discussing his approach to crime.
If we want to prevent crime, we have to hire young people and invest in them. There's a direct correlation between youth employment and violence reduction. There's a direct correlation between investing in
He's right about that.
related services, mental health professionals, and violence reduction.
That was so stupid.
There's a direct correlation between affordable housing and good paying jobs. I mean, these are the dynamics that ultimately prevent crime. And if you are a mother or a father or aunt or a sibling, you would much rather have had the opportunity to prevent violence from happening than having, provided the closure to solving the violence, right? So that's what this is really about. It's a real testament to what is possible, not just for the city of Chicago, but quite frankly, those of us who believe in a more holistic approach around the country.
But you're going to need resources to do that, and some folks believe that you're going to need more than what you promised, 200 new detectives. Is that enough? Will other officers be hired here?
Well, again, it's a comprehensive approach. If we are just simply looking at putting more money into policing, that has demonstrated to be a strategy that is certainly short-sighted. The unique opportunity that we have in this moment is to pay attention to the results that just happened here in Chicago. I was very clear about what's necessary. I've said this the last time we were on together. I am arguably the first mayor to wake up in the city of Chicago who lives in one of the most violent neighborhoods in the entire city. And so what I want for my family, which is a better, stronger, safer community, I want that for every single family across the city of Chicago. And what Chicagoans said overwhelmingly is that we have to get at the root causes of crime.
Was Don Lemon even listening to the first answer? Brandon Johnson goes on to discuss how it's important to invest into these communities, invest into these young people, give them opportunities, and then Don Lemon's like, well, to do that, you have to hire more cops. What? What are you talking about? He just talked about what the actual solution to the problem is, and you go back to needing to hire more cops. This is the entire framing from the mainstream press on this issue. Now, of course, look, there are some in the press, like Mehdi Hassan on MSNBC, who do good work, but by and large, what Don Lemon's doing here is what they all do. This framing of, oh, crime is so bad, you got to put more money into policing. If you look at the budgets of these cities, so much of their money goes into policing. How can you continue trying to bring a hammer to this issue and keep hitting your finger and think you got to bring a bigger hammer? Like, it doesn't. There's obviously needs to be a different approach here, and Brandon Johnson, I think, clearly offers that different approach, even if people like Don Lemon apparently have their ears plugged while he's giving it. So, last thing here, this is just on overall view on this race. This is from Vox, and again, this is what we're going to continue to see across the U.S.
The rest of them were like doing a lot better. I wasn't.
Two Democrats. So there was a big
Katie wasn't going great.
Divide in the race that mirrors national struggles within the Democratic Party across the country. The party establishment, including a current U.S. senator and a former governor and statewide leaders, rallied around Vallas, the former Chicago schools chief, and he was boosted by business leaders and the largest city police union.
I wonder why.
Progressives coalesced behind Johnson, who had the support of national and local activist organizations, organized labor, and more specifically, the powerful Chicago Teachers Union. This is going to continue to be the fight. They're going to have business leaders, and in some cases, when there's no conservative or Republican option available, police unions, you're going to have that on one side. So billionaires, business leaders, more conservatives like police unions versus labor organizers, civil rights movement, the youth vote. unions. So this is going to be the ongoing fight between these two sides. And in most cases, more of the money is going to be on the side of those that are with business leaders for obvious reasons. So this is why people power.
Just for your reference, as updated in February 2022, the NYPD budget, including both the department's operating and central expenses for fringe benefits, pensions, and debt services, is $10.9 billion in fiscal year 2022, which is only a $13 million increase from November 2021 financial plan too. So this idea that we don't pay enough for policing, especially in these big cities, is a crock of shit. It has a $10.9 billion budget as of fiscal year 2022. And money got diverted from other departments like education here in the city to go directly to the police budget. So I don't want to hear like we don't pay for policing in these big cities. We do quite a bit. So when someone like Brandon Johnson comes around and says we need to invest in these communities, we need to invest in young people, he's not lying, because we're not doing that. We're not doing that enough. You keep overflating these budgets, these police budgets, and it's not doing the thing that you're saying it's doing. And the statistics bear that out. You keep throwing money at the problem. And motherfuckers threatened, and like the former superintendent now, and several other like high rank folks said that they're going to quit if he gets elected. Are you fucking kidding me? Then quit then. Then quit, then give up. That means you weren't serious about being a police officer then. That you didn't really want to help the community. You just want a fucking paycheck. Then quit, and I'll find somebody else who's going to replace you, who actually wants to take the time and do the job right. Who understands that there has to be constant communication between elected officials, the police department, and the leadership there in the police, and the communities that you guys police. Bro, this is not intended to be easy. This is complex, and I need serious people who are willing to work with us on the ground and who are willing to make compromises, and who can bring their people on board to this too, so that we can make your job easier, we can make the streets safer, we can keep people off the streets, get them working, and get them living the lives that they should be living. It's not fucking complicated, but people want to overcomplicate because there's a lot of moneyed interest involved, and they're fucking greedy. There's money to be made, but there's money to be made responsibly and ethically too. And we gotta change, and we gotta change on the narrative, and we have to change the narrative. That means our people on our side of the aisle have to get into office, and it's a long fight too. But get the fuck out of here. We don't pay for policing in this country. Get the fuck. We have a $10.9 billion budget here for the NYPD. That's across everything too, by the way. That's the entire budget. That includes everything. We don't pay for the police. Get the fuck out of here. I never want people to fucking say, anyone, especially conservatives, say we don't pay for the police. We pay for the fucking police. Okay? We make sure we pay for the police. But we're not getting for what we pay for.
Is incredibly important. It's why a
want to hear that bullshit
is incredibly important. So, apart from, this case was two Democrats facing each other, but when you have a Democrat and a Republican, having a Republican light on the Democratic side, someone who's also tough on crime and who is standing up for business leaders, why would people vote for that individual, the Democrat or the Republican light version of a Republican? Why would they vote for that person over the actual Republican? You have to bring people that don't normally vote out to vote. That's what Brandon Johnson did by speaking to labor rights, speaking to unions, speaking to the youth. That is how Democrats can win. And to be fair, I mean, this has been obvious for a while. This has been very clear even to people in the Democratic Party in high positions. But they keep fighting back against it because their interests, their financial interests, lie in siding with business leaders as opposed to siding with the working class. I think in many cases, these Democratic leaders, these people, whether they're the consultants or whatnot, they rather lose to a Republican than lose to a progressive, because as long as they lose to a Republican, they still got a job. If they lose to a progressive, they're out. Brandon Johnson here showing what needs to be done, what the party needs to do, and leading by example in a major city like Chicago.
Godspeed, Rational National, David. Let's see here. What are we doing here? I'll probably take the Polaris Lance out.
It's today again, so let's just jump into it. Starting with, let's talk about Dr. Brian Hyatt of Arkansas, because he's currently facing 7 separate lawsuits for false imprisonment, as well as some allegations of good old-fashioned fraud. Starting with the lawsuits, Insider reports that 7 patients are suing Hyatt after he and his staff allegedly kept them locked in Northwest Medical Center's behavioral health facility 4 days against their will with no legal reason for doing so. Reportedly, he and his team would sedate, coerce, and threaten patients into staying longer, even limiting communications with relatives or attorneys. And in some cases, staff threatened to hold the patients for 45 days if they continued trying to leave. And 3 of the patients were reportedly only allowed to leave when they were escorted out by police. Now, Arkansas law says that if a patient presents a danger to themselves or others, they can be involuntarily kept in a medical facility for 72 hours. But they must be evaluated by a physician within the first 24. And the facility
we'll go ahead and take a Norris
to
Axe.
keep the patient for any longer. With one of the attorneys for the patient saying, in none of these cases, even when an involuntarily hold was strategically applied to keep people held, were they ever evaluated by a doctor to determine whether they were a danger to themselves or others. It was just done solely for the purpose of keeping them there and to stop the efforts to get them out. But the question is why? Like, why would Hyatt hold these people hostage? Well, like a lot of evil things, money. During their extended stays, Hyatt would overbill the insurance companies of these patients. And this also wasn't his first rodeo. Hyatt's also under investigation for Medicare and Medicaid fraud. And specifically, the state is looking into why he billed insurance at the highest possible rate without ever actually seeing or examining the patients. Now, he has faced some consequences so far. Northwest terminated his contract and he has resigned from the state's medical board, but as of right now, he has not been officially criminally charged. So we're obviously going to keep our eyes on this, and I'll keep you up to date, so make sure you're subscribed so you can stay in the loop. And then
Sounds like a criminal charge should be coming.
Sex parlors.
Which one of you is the lucky bride?
Not that Peter Griffin, you fucking weirdo. I'm talking about a real person by the name of Peter Griffin. Specifically, the 78-year-old retiree who worked in San Diego as a cop from 1975 to 2002, including working in a vice unit investigating prostitution. And now, prosecutors say that between 2013 and 2022, Griffin and 3 others owned and operated massage spas where women were actually employed to perform sexual acts. But now, after nearly a decade, they were finally caught, with Griffin pleading guilty to operating the parlors as well as money laundering and wire fraud conspiracy. And the U.S. Attorney's Office saying, according to his plea agreement, throughout the course of the scheme, Griffin used the experience and skills he acquired through his work as a vice detective and, in at least one instance, his badge, to help the business evade law enforcement, thwart regulatory inspections, investigations, and any official action against the businesses, conceal evidence, and maintain a facade of legitimacy. And the DOJ saying he faces a maximum penalty of 30 years in prison. And then, the Barbie movie trailer dropped yesterday, and it may have been one of the hardest cultural resets I've ever witnessed. The fucking former president of the United States had to turn himself in and plead not guilty to 34 charges, and motherfuckers on the internet were like, I don't care. We need to talk in great detail about Margot Robbie's feet. Only question was how many of those accounts were Tarantino's burners. But all that said, well, that movie is shaping up for kind of massive success if social media is at least any indication. The recent onslaught of reboots, spin-offs, remakes, that's a much different story, right? Because there's been a lot of discourse about this lately, especially after Disney announced it would be doing a live-action remake of Moana, with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson announcing in a video yesterday suggesting he would reprise his role, saying it's all in early stages. In a response, people kind of seem to just be fed up with the remakes. Right? They've done live-action Jungle Book, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, Lion King. We're getting...
Dude, do something like original, man. Shit. Like, I don't really care if like you do the remakes, but like you're not making anything original. Take a shot. Like Moana was like the concept of story is not like original, but like the actual like product in and of itself was original, right? But like do something like original. Like you do something original once, like maybe a couple of years ago, and say, oh, we're gonna do a live action remake with The Rock. It's gonna suck. Like I just keep producing like original content, and then like maybe like a decade or so, like you know, you get The Rock and like Jason Momoa to reprise those roles or something like that. You know what I mean? Just like do something different.
Little Mermaid. But specifically in this case, people seem to be annoyed because it's not even been 10 years. The movie came out in 2016. But some arguing this isn't even a way to update something that's outdated or introduce it to a new generation. It's just making the same film they already made again for money. We saw this frustrations double the same day because it was announced that Warner Bros. Is actually working on potentially rebooting the Harry Potter books into a TV.
Yo, what are you guys doing? Stop it. Stop it, man. Stop it. This is not worth it. You're going to make like Harry Potter TV series or like just do something else in like the Harry Potter universe. I don't know, go back in time, do something like back in the day, do something in the future post Harry Potter, but like the people will watch it if it's interesting enough. Like you the tagline, hey, this is based off the Harry Potter universe, but like, come on now.
Series, right? Not some kind of spin-off, but just rather another book adaptation where each book would be a season of television, with people here seemingly mad for several reasons. Right? Some say, how absurd, how unasked for, how typical of this we must capitalize on existing IP whether the audience wants it or not moment, and we're trapped in a creative existential death cycle, with others saying they won't support the show because of J.K. Rowling. But even there, you had plenty of people saying the controversies around J.K. Rowling aside, there's just no way your average Harry Potter obsessed person will care about this without the original cast, and saying that the magic of those movies just can't be replicated. And all of this happening as we learned this morning that there is potentially a Shrek 5 in the works. Though there, I would say, off the heels of the Puss in Boots movie, which is, it's better than it has any right to be. Fun story, fun times, one of the best villains in a movie. So I will say there, I'm a little more.
Yeah, he's actually right about that too. That movie should not have been as good. I did not go watch with a couple of buddies of mine thinking that we were gonna like the movie. We were just there to meme on it. We came out, we were like, bro, that was like surprisingly good for like a quote unquote like children's film. That movie was surprisingly good. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I could not believe it was that good.
More open, especially because yes, it is still a sequel, it's a continuation,
yes,
but it's not just another reboot. And then in political news, we've got massive news out of Wisconsin. I mean, this is a huge political shakeup because yesterday a Supreme Court seat was up for grabs and it was scored by liberal Janet Protasiewicz. And her victory will likely mean that for the first time in 15 years, the state's highest court will swing to the left. Right, so the race was between Protasiewicz and her opponent Dan Kelly, and it was intense, with it becoming the most expensive state Supreme Court race in U.S. history. And when you consider what was on the line, that makes sense. Right, Wisconsin has been a historical swing state, and that court is no different. But the legislature, not so flexible, with Republicans steadily winning.
I do want to
for years now,
try
and
this
Democrats
out
accusing
too.
them of gerrymandering to stay in power. With that, along with the abortion ban at the center of this race, and both sides seeing this victory as a chance to cement the ban or overturn it. And what's particularly interesting is that we didn't have to guess where Protasiewicz would rule like we did with U.S. Supreme Court justices, where they generally at least pretend to be impartial when trying to get the spot. But in Wisconsin's case, the candidates were open
This
about
was a
winning
high
their position.
impact
And so for
frame.
many issues such as abortion, we know that Protasiewicz is firmly and openly on the side of a woman's right to choose. And this victory has been hailed by Democratic strategists as a possible shift in state politics, although we know how quickly public sentiment can change by the time the 2024 elections roll around. But either way, Protasiewicz spoke to her supporters after her victory and made jabs at Kelly, who tried to overturn the 2020 election results in the state by saying, too many have tried to overturn the will of the people. Today's results show that Wisconsinites believe in democracy and the democratic process. Well, Kelly, for his part, I think the term was a salty bitch about his loss, describing his opponent's campaign as the mostly deeply deceitful, dishonorable, despicable campaign I've ever seen run for the courts, and adding,
the people of Wisconsin have chosen the rule of Janet. Now, I respect that decision because it is theirs to make. I wish that in a circumstance like this, I would be able to concede to a worthy opponent, but I do not have a worthy opponent to which I can concede.
But all in all, a massive win for the left here in what's been called the most important election of 2023. And then Chicago's got a brand new mayor, and depending on your politics, he is either the resurrection or the destruction of this city. Where for the past 4 years, Chicagoans have had Lori Lightfoot as their mayor, and when the first round of voting wrapped up back in February, they clearly had had enough of her. I mean, pretty damn rough to be the incumbent and then there be a runoff election, but you didn't even qualify. But they're falling into third place, making her the city's first mayor to lose re-election in 4 decades. And the reason many believe she lost is that the election was largely seen as a referendum on crime. Right, murders in 2021 spiked to the highest levels on record in 25 years, and there were almost 800 homicides and over 3,500 shooting incidents. But with Lightfoot out of the running, Chicago has faced a choice in the runoff between 2 radically different philosophies towards solving crime. Right, you had the front runner, Paul Vallis, a former school administrator and pro-police moderate Democrat. Then on his heels, you had Brandon Johnson, an activist, teachers union member, and Cook County commissioner, who's a progressive Democrat who has endorsements from people like Bernie Sanders and Liz Warren. And we saw him swiftly rising the ranks, polling in 5th place and then leaping ahead into 2nd. And that was in no small part because he enjoyed the backing of several city unions, including the Chicago Teachers Union and the Service Employees International Union. Meanwhile, you had Vallis endorsed by the likes of the city's police and firefighter unions, and unsurprisingly, his solution to crime was simple: increase funding for law enforcement. Where he wants to hire hundreds more police officers and generally take a tough on crime approach to the issue. And he absolutely hammered Johnson with attack ads, highlighting his past comments in support of defund the police, pouring twice as much money as his rival into TV. Though to be fair to Johnson, he has since backed off of the defund the police police mindset, saying that he wouldn't cut the police budget by a penny, rather saying he would promote 200 more detectives and redirect funds towards social workers who can respond to 911 calls or mental health crises. And at the center of his platform is this idea that you need to attack the deep roots of crime and poverty in crumbling communities, saying he wants to invest in education, affordable housing, public transportation, mental health treatments, and jobs, seeking to boost youth employment in particular, and proposing to pay for all this by raising $800 million in taxes on wealthy individuals, businesses, and real estate. But Vallis, on the other hand, had criticized the plan, claiming the Chicagoans are already drowning in property taxes, which he promised to cap, also arguing that Johnson just doesn't have the necessary experience to run a city, and their debate over this got pretty heated.
The fact that he's being dismissive of a black man who taught for 4 years in Chicago public schools is you got to stop doing that, Paul. You just do.
Criticizing his leadership ability and his lack of management competency. That's what I'm questioning, not his 4 years as a teacher. When he retires,
Then don't bring it up.
Well, he'll actually retire with a teacher pension, despite the fact that he's only been a teacher for 4 years.
And we're going to retire you in 3 days.
Right, so the heart of Johnson's critique is the accusation that his rival is just a Republican in disguise, pointing out how he's been backed by donors who also supported GOP candidates and was endorsed by the Chamber of Commerce. Also harping on that police union support, which bit Vallis in the ass when the union's president warned that 1,000 cops would resign and there would be blood in the streets if Johnson won the election.
That was like the dumbest thing that could have come out of that fucking union leader's mouth. I don't understand that too. You don't think that's going to charge up the people? You're holding their safety hostage when you say shit like that too. You don't think that they're what? You think that you're going to like tell the people in Chicago, hey, if you don't vote for this other guy, for our guy Vallis that we endorse, we're just going to quit and we're going to let the murderers and rapists and whatnot run rampant. Are you fucking kidding me? How unhinged do you have to be and how fucking stupid do you have to be? Bro, I would just come out. If I was the opponent, if I was Johnson, I would have just come out and just said, okay, then quit. I'm going to hire brand new cops who are not going to do what you do, who said they're going to do, and who are going to actually enforce the law and do their job. And we're going to have a healthy back and forth about how we can improve policing in the city of Chicago. What a moron.
Think of yourself as a Republican.
I'm more of a Republican than Democrat now.
So with all of that, right, the stage set, hundreds of thousands of voters went to the polls to decide what kind of Chicago they wanted to see, and the results came in last night, with Johnson narrowly taking the lead by just 1 point and securing himself the office and thanking his city to thunderous applause.
And so today, we celebrate the revival and the resurrection of the city of Chicago. It is time for Chicago to come alive.
Let's go.
Chicago.
And so now we have to wait to see whether this race, which was seen as a battle between the two opposing wings of the Democratic Party, signals a shift in local and state politics across the country. With this, while I'd love to know everyone's thoughts, specifically if you live
it's the beginning. It's the beginning of a major shift in this country for the Democratic Party.
I want to tell you more about today's sponsor, Seed, and their clinically and scientifically backed DSO1 Daily Synbiotic. As you know, I've been taking Seed's DSO1 for about a year now, and my commitment to better gut health remains strong. And with Seed, it's easy because their probiotic strain research and clinical trial successes are next level. Right? Thanks to their ViaCap delivery technology, unique capsule and capsule design, Seed's DSO1
right here is good for like a scout rifle.
And probiotic strains actually make it to your colon alive with 100% survivability. But it also goes beyond benefits like gut health, like healthy regularity, ease bloating, heart health, skin health, and more. It can also be easy to get lost in all the misinformation surrounding probiotics these days. Right? I mean, probiotics are a science. It's important they are developed, manufactured, and vetted with scientific rigor and precision. From experience,
shit, dude.
Seed's DSO1 Daily Synbiotic is the
This is
real
like,
deal. So give it a try.
like a major problem too. There's like multiple people going in like the same angles.
They send sustainably packaged monthly refills. And you can get 25% off your first month's supply of Seed's DSO1 plus free shipping. Just go to seed.com/DeFranco and use code DeFranco at checkout. And then in international news, let's talk about foreign workers in the UK. So a survey found that only 29% of Brits said the priority over jobs should go to locals last year compared to 65% back in 2009. Except those workers aren't always treated so well once they get there. But human rights groups have consistently warned that 6-month seasonal visas open up workers to exploitation, not least because regulations aren't adequately enforced. So nearly 35,000 migrant workers coming to the UK on those visas last year. And you've got a report from Vice talking to more than 20 such people working at 9 farms across their country, saying their already meager wages have been stolen by employers. With one woman who worked 6 hours a day, 6 days a week, saying she received under £2,000 for 2 months of work, 1,000 less than she said that she was owed. And several more workers from EU plants, one of the UK's largest producers of strawberry and raspberry plants, said that the hours on their pay slips were inaccurate, saying that when they tried to check how their hours were being reported by the field supervisor, they were just yelled at. With others also claiming they had to buy their own gloves and boots, as well as electric heaters to warm their caravans during winter, despite rules saying that workers shouldn't have to purchase the equipment needed to do their jobs. Not to mention the legal deduction of rent and electricity from their pay. And since Brexit, the UK's economy has become more and more dependent on migrant laborers to fill vacancies in sectors including healthcare, warehousing, and construction. So net migration to the UK rose to a record high of 500,000 last year, with the government steadily increasing the number of visas issued since 2019, looking to dish out as many as 55,000 this year, which is also why the Conservative government there has faced criticism from many in its own base that it's betrayed the promise made to them in the Brexit referendum, a vote made in large part to stem immigration. And then, Italian culture is under threat from the English language. At least, that is according to Italy's Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni. And we've talked about her before. She's the right-wing politician whose Brother of Italy party, which is iconography and many members with distant roots in the fascist party, won the election last year. Well, she has now proposed a law that would ban the use of foreign words in official communications, penalizing those who use such words with a $100,000 fine, and specifically targeting English, which the proposal claims has dramatically increased in usage over the past 20 years, saying that among the 800,000 or so words in the typical Italian dictionary, there are some 9,000 Anglicisms, and adding, this is demeaning to the Italian language, especially because the UK is no longer in the European Union. So to combat this, the bill requires all office holders in public administration to have, quote, written and oral knowledge and mastery of the Italian language, as well as prohibiting the use of English in official documents, even for things like acronyms and names of job roles in companies.
There's Whiskey Jackson with that law
If you
book.
want to do business in Italy, you'll have to make Italian language editions of all internal regulations and employment contracts. All of this leading to some comparing it to Mussolini's commission for the Italianness of language. With this proposal coming not long after a similar bill that would ban lab-grown meat and other synthetic food, and that following a series of decrees banning the use of flour made from insects like crickets in pizza or pasta, and all of this supposedly meant to protect Italian food heritage, namely to prize the Mediterranean diet. And then, finally, today, let's talk about specifics regarding everything that happened with Trump. Our first ever former president to be criminally charged, officially getting slapped with 34 felony counts. And honestly, a lot of the details, it's this nitty-gritty legal junk. It can become very boring, but this is an incredibly historic case, so I'm going to try and break it down and make it consumable. So first up, there are two key documents that were made public yesterday, the 16-page indictment against Trump and a 13-page statement of facts that lays out the case in detail. There's one thing that's very important to understand is that the charge of falsifying business records on its own is usually a misdemeanor under New York law, with it only being able to be bumped up to a felony when it's done with intent to commit or conceal another crime. And in both the charging documents and public statements, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg outlined three different categories of crimes that he alleges that Trump was trying to
CCX, I
hide with
don't
his actions.
recall that
State
one.
election laws, federal campaign contribution laws, and making additional false statements, including to tax authorities, with prosecutors making it clear in their statement of facts that it's that first area, state election laws, where the real meat and potatoes are, writing that Trump repeatedly and fraudulently falsified New York business records to conceal criminal conduct that hid damaging information from the voting public during the 2016 presidential election. Specifically, and this is a key thing, this is the crux of their case, the prosecutors argue that between 2015 and 2017, then candidate Trump orchestrated a scheme with others to influence the 2016 presidential election by identifying and purchasing negative information about him to suppress its publication to help his chances of winning the election. Or that being a practice we talked about before, catch and kill. With the prosecutors continuing that in order to execute the unlawful scheme, the participants violated election laws and made and caused false entries in the business records of various entities in New York. And adding that Trump and others involved also
we're getting destroyed here.
characterized for tax purposes the true nature of the payments made in furtherance of the scheme. Right, so that's the third crime bucket, falsifying business records in part to deceive state tax authorities. Okay, so that covers two of the secondary crimes that raises to a felony level matter. Federal campaign contribution to one requires more context. And to get that, we have to dive a little bit deeper into the details of the case itself, where the statement of facts outlines three catch and kill schemes Trump allegedly engaged in alongside his then lawyer Michael Cohen, who's identified in the documents as Lawyer A, and David Pecker, the former CEO of American Media Inc. One of those schemes, of course, is the payment at the center of this whole scandal, the $130,000 in hush money Cohen gave porn star Stormy Daniels so she wouldn't sell the story of her alleged affair with Trump mere weeks before the 2016 election. And the other two actually happened before that. The first took place in the fall of 2015, shortly after Trump announced his candidacy, when AMI paid a former Trump Tower doorman $30,000, with him reportedly trying to sell a story about a child Trump had out of wedlock, with AMI later concluding that the story wasn't true, but still deciding to keep the catch and kill agreement until after the election. And then the final alleged example happened in June of 2016, when AMI paid $150,000 to former Playboy playmate Karen McDougal, again to secure this woman's silence about an alleged affair she had with Trump. And according to the statement of facts, Cohen was going to reimburse AMI, but that never took place on the advice of AMI's counsel. And that's actually very notable here because all 34 of the charges against Trump stem specifically from the payment Cohen made to Daniels and how Trump reimbursed him. Also, another key thing to note is that Trump wasn't charged with 34 different crimes, rather he was charged with 34 different counts. And this is kind of where things get even more technical, so I'm going to kind of give the very broad strokes and keep it as short as I can. Right, so according to the statement of facts, after the election, Trump arranges to reimburse Cohen for the $130,000. Cohen and the CFO of the Trump Organization agree that he'll be paid $420,000 in reimbursements via 12 monthly payments of $35,000, and the CFO doubling the $130,000 $30,000 so Cohen could characterize the payment as income on his tax returns instead of a reimbursement, with that being a specific example of that third category of crimes that Bragg says Trump was trying to cover up, additional false statements to tax authorities. And over the course of the year, Cohen has sent 11 different payments, the first 2 coming from a trust that held the Trump Organization's assets after he became president, and the last 9 being paid out from Trump's personal bank account. But, and this is the key thing here, all of the payments were falsely recorded as a monthly retainer for Cohen. But reportedly, that retainer agreement never actually existed, but that's how the payments were recorded on the checks to Cohen, the invoices he submitted to the Trump Organization, and then the Trump Organization's ledgers. And that's massively important because it's the reason why Trump's facing 34 counts. He's not just being charged with the 11 checks. He's being charged for every single time the payments were falsely recorded in the checks, invoices, and ledgers. And this is also where the second category of crime Bragg alleges Trump was trying to cover up comes in. Where if the catch and kill payments were meant to silence negative stories during the election, as prosecutors claim, then they're considered political spending. And so as an agent of a candidate or campaign, Cohen would be bound by federal laws for contribution reporting and limits, right? And we've seen Cohen actually plead guilty and serving time for violating campaign contribution laws with a payment to both Daniels and McDougal. And that's something that the statement of facts specifically mentions, with it also noting that AMI additionally admitted to federal prosecutors that it had made those hush money payments before the 2016 presidential election and thereby influenced that election. And those last 2 points are very, very notable because the prosecutors are clearly trying to show that these crimes were committed and Trump acted to cover them up. But, as Axios explains, and this is another key thing, in order to convict, Bragg will need to prove Trump tried to conceal crimes that he has not been charged with. And as a result, many legal experts have said that this case is risky, because it could be very hard to prove that the hush money payments were made with the intent of influencing the election. Or that's the crux of the argument that Trump violated election laws. What's more is the election laws usually aren't applied to federal campaigns. And on the flip side, Bragg doesn't have the authority to prosecute Trump for federal campaign violations. And it's unclear if he can invoke a crime he doesn't have jurisdiction over, or if a judge would even go for that argument. As some have said, that the third crime Bragg says Trump tried to cover up, falsifying records to commit a tax crime.
Why did I go in there?
Actually bolster this case because it's much
About 6,461 raccoons. That's actually pretty funny.
But importantly, the charges don't have a mandatory sentence, so even if he was convicted on all counts, he might not necessarily get time. In fact, legal experts say that because he does not have a criminal record, it's actually unlikely that he'll be sent to prison at all, even if he was convicted. But all that said, as far as when we're going to see more movement here, it's not quite clear. Prosecutors have asked the judge to start the trial in January, but you have Trump's team saying that's just too soon, instead suggesting next spring. And as far as Trump, for his part, he's responded to all this as you'd expect. Complain, complain, lash out, complain, and fundraise. So this campaign moving very quickly yesterday to start fundraising off of all of this, including by launching a new t-shirt with a fake mugshot of Trump. But Trump also giving a speech at Mar-a-Lago last night in front of adoring fans, with it basically just kind of rambling on and on about the injustice of the legal system.
Dude, I hate when like when I'm sucking, the rest of the team is like.
The judge overseeing the case was a corrupt Trump hater, even going after his family as well. Also going on a rant about the many other investigations he's currently facing, particularly the classified documents and Georgia probes. Which, on that note, right, this is just the beginning. Like his final takeaway, Trump is facing other legal battles that are much more serious and potentially much more damning. So I'm not going to hold my breath until Donald Trump is held accountable. But however these things play out, it is important to note this is probably just the beginning. And that's where today's show ends. Thank you for being a part of another daily dive into the news. But as always, my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love your faces, and I'll see you tomorrow.
So Ben Shapiro apparently did a breakdown of the new book from Bernie Sanders called It's Okay to Be Angry About Capitalism. And, you know, that triggers Ben Shapiro to the high heavens because to him, capitalism is just as much of a religion as Judaism. You know, he is a vociferous defender of capitalism. And probably in its most, unfettered laissez-faire form. So our buddy R.M. Brown covered this on his channel. A hilarious video, by the way. Go check it out. And our other buddy, David Dole of the Rational National, tweeted out this clip from R.M. Brown's coverage of it. And there's so many things to talk about here. So listen to the thrust of the main argument against Bernie, because it is astonishing how dishonest this is.
Listen to this sort of Leninist ugliness that he directs against people who make money in our country. It really is amazing.
Check it out.
We need to recognize once and for all that for people on top, enough is never enough. How much do they need? The answer is always more. Like heroin addicts, oligarchs are never satisfied with what they have. They need a new fix. More and more and more, no matter what the consequences of their greed.
Oh my God.
All right, before we continue, I just want to give you one fact. Jeff Bezos has over $100 billion. At the same time, there are over 50,000 homeless veterans in the United States of America and 600,000 homeless people overall. Just sit on that for a second. Does that make sense?
Arc
Is
logic.
that a reasonable
Oh
distribution of wealth? Is it that, oh, this guy just worked that much harder, bro? Is that what it is? Or is it something else? All right, let's continue.
I mean, that's probably
Guy
should
up
kill
top,
them.
Shade Rabbit.
They sound pretty evil. All they want is more and more and more. Now, in reality,
I've never seen a more brazen lie. You literally just read the quote, and then you totally strawman Bernie Sanders' argument to make him sound murderous? Murderous. So the only guy who opposed the illegal and offensive invasion of Iraq, which killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people, that guy is somehow pro-murder. But you, Ben Shapiro, who vociferously supported that war, no, you're just a good person. What? Okay, I need to play that again. I need to play that again because it is astonishing. Listen to the quote, and then listen to his interpretation of the words on the page.
listen to this sort of Leninist ugliness that he directs against people who make money in our country. It really is amazing.
Check
Quote,
it out.
We need to recognize once and for all that for people on top, enough is never enough. How much do they need? The answer is always more. Like heroin.
Wow,
addicts,
how many
oligarchs
shots
are
does he
never
have with
satisfied with
Golden
what they
Gun?
have. They need a new fix. More and more and more, no matter what the consequences of their greed.
Oh my God.
I mean, that's probably we should kill them.
That's probably we should kill them. Ben Shapiro is one of these guys who always does the whole tap dance about like, bro, I'm just about the free marketplace of ideas. And you have to have like open discussions and whatnot with people who disagree with you, and you should steel man their perspective and not straw man their perspective, because you need to honestly engage with people. He's had on, you know, Anna Kasparian, for example, and they debated. And he puts up this veneer, this facade of like, I'm reasonable and I'm honest. And then you read a passage where he's like, damn, man, the top 1% is super greedy and the consequences of their actions are dire. And he goes, you want to kill them? Are you kidding me, Ben? Are you kidding me? First of all, that passage says nothing except what is on the page right there. Second of all, if you're going to take anything away from that, it's he wants to tax them a little more and redistribute that wealth to the hard-working people who don't get by in this country. So dishonest, man. If anybody's listening to this and you're a Ben Shapiro fan, stop. Just stop. What he's doing here is being a partisan hack and working backwards from his conclusion. I don't like Bernie Sanders.
Like a horror story.
I'm going to mangle and twist his words into something that he did not say at all. At all.
The howls are quiet.
Now, R.M. Brown does a great job here because what he does is he goes, let me go read like the passage just before it and the passage just after it to see what Bernie was actually saying. Because clearly he wasn't saying kill the rich people. Okay.
1 minute.
They sound pretty evil. All they want is more and more and more. Now, in reality, it is Bernie who wants more and more and more of their income.
I really wanted to know the context of these quotes that Benny Shapiro is reading out this crap. You know, that he's reading. So I downloaded the book. Here's the paragraphs before this quote. Our struggle is against a system where the top 25 hedge fund managers in the United States pocket more money than 350,000 kindergarten teachers combined. When did the people make that determination? When did we decide that a drug company executive at Moderna can collect a golden parachute?
Damn, at the end, they got it.
926 million. Whoa.
The Iron Banner remembers every outcome.
This might hit Benny Shapiro where it hurts. For not working. Ooh. While EMT workers who work, they do this. This is what they sound like working. While EMT workers who work around the clock to save lives make as little as 40 grand a year. Ooh.